Good morning. Hello. Hello. Thank you for the chip. And thank you for being a Ruzader. Okay, yes. Thank you for the chip, Zuna. Ugh. Hello. Am I eepy? A little. A little. I'm rather, I did not EP. I mean, I blinked a little. I blinked for like 2 hours. EP crafting is EP crafting time. Good time zone, Ruzaders. Good morning, good afternoon, good night, whatever. Hi. So, did I though? I did. Tofu Bunny Cat, thank you for 14 months of being an asshole. Hi, everybody. Welcome to my first stream back that is not just yapping. Welcome to my first gaming stream back. I'm a little tired. I struggled to blink yesterday. I get lost in my eyes. That's because of my that's my lizard blink charm. Thank you for the chip. Yeah, oh, I forgot my subtitles. I was like, what am I missing here? I forgot my subtitles all day yesterday. Nobody told me. Ah, shit. Whatever. It'll be alright. Diana, thank you for 13 months. It's me. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. You know that's more than a year. It's pretty crazy. Pretty wild. Where are my subtitles? Hey there. Okay, so, okay, let's start over. 1 second. Hello, everybody. Good time zone. My name is Crimzon Rulez. I'm Elysium's greatest monster. I'm your least favorite idol. I am, in fact, the Midwest fantasy VTuber and the world's greatest bug-punching champion. Bugs love me, and that's why they give me love bites. I'm Crimzon Rulez. Today I'm going to be playing Minecraft, so that'll be cool. I'm going to be playing my first solo stream on the new server, and I'm going to go find somewhere to live. I don't know what my goal is yet. I don't know what the plan is, but I'm definitely gonna try to find a place to stay. I will probably, I think I want to find something that is annoying to do and do that. Not the way you're thinking though. Not the way you're thinking. Not like to annoy the other boys. As much as I do like doing that, that's funny. But I mean, in this specific instance, I want to find something that is annoying as a player to get done. And I want to create an economy around my ability to do that, which means it's like something that anybody could do, but I will be the one doing it so that others, A, don't have to, but more importantly, so that I can make them pay me to do it. So give me all your bread and a stack of 128 potatoes, and maybe I'll give you my frog lights type of shit. You know what I mean? The criminal's cut didn't make it to the new universal transfer. Oh, there was no universal transfer, I'm afraid. We are raw dogging it out there in the fucking wilderness, brother. We're out there fucking asses to the sunlight. Oh, well, there goes the no cursing immediately. Dang, I really gotta. Whew, I'm gonna have to work on my whole cadence. We are out there full moon to the sun, if you know what I mean. We are celestial bodies creating a sort of like apocalyptic gluteus maximus eclipse, yes, if you know what I'm saying, type of deal. Like we are naked and afraid in the wilderness with no buildings to protect us and none of our ancient works to stand upon the shoulders of ever again. Our kingdom is forfeit for a horse, and now we stand only in the wilderness with our dicks out for the world to see. Okay, so noted, rambling is the enemy of not cursing. I gotta write that down somewhere. You will be the start of a grueling economy you alone shall control. That's right, Oria, you're right. You're right, and I will be. Thank you for a year and a half. Okay. I don't know what you just said to me, Euphoria, but I'm gonna assume it's a mantis. Sounds cool. You cannot ramble. If you don't ramble, you'll explode. It's true. I've got to have my word salad, and by word salad, I mean the weird fucking, like, stomach acid filled detritus that I occasionally regurgitate as if I had had like 12 Baja Blasts and at least a 6-day-old Crunchwrap Supreme before sleeping for 2 hours, and then just lost all of it in the middle of the night, which did not happen to me, by the way. I know that sounds like some sort of like, oh, I get it. That's like allegory for what actually happened to him. It's not. I just didn't sleep. Well, I mean, I did sleep. I blinked for a little bit, but I couldn't blink very well. I found an unfortunate truth. You guys want to hear? You guys want to hear some TMI? You want to hear something I learned that I wish I hadn't learned? I think Arcturus might like anime characters. I'm really sad to hear that. I know. It trust me, it hurts me more than it hurts you. So first of all, I was already having trouble sleeping yesterday. I'm gonna tell you guys what's happening in my life because I got nothing else going on. I'm a fucking VTuber, so my life is relatively dull. All right, so here's the thing. I was trying to go to sleep last night, and I'm like, I'm gonna read a little bit of Dune before I go to sleep. So I read a little bit of Dune. And I'm like, nah, okay, now I really gotta go to sleep. So I'm like, I'm gonna turn on something chill. I'm gonna go to sleep. So I switch off the Kenshi soundtrack, and I turn on Ants Canada. It's pretty chill. But I realized, dang, I can't sleep. I gotta use the bathroom. And it's a shame, because I was just about to fall asleep. So I go to the bathroom. And then I go back to bed. And I lay there. I'm getting ready to doze off. I lay there for like an hour. I'm like, man, it's already looking pretty bad. It's looking pretty raw here. I'm only gonna get like 4 hours of sleep if I sleep right now. So I lay there. I start to doze off. I'm probably at the point where I'm only gonna get 3 hours of sleep. And then fucking Arcturus climbs under the blanket, which he never does. Very cute though. I was like, oh, cute. Sure, Arcturus gonna cuddle with me. Start to doze off again. Fucking Arcturus licks my armpit. I shit you not. I'm like, you little fucking freak. I think what had happened was because I did not... Here's another TMI for you. I was being lazy yesterday. I stayed up and I played a bit of Dune Awakening instead of going to bed. So I stayed up, I played Dune Awakening, I laid down, I read some Dune. So I did not shower before bed. So it's just, I'm assuming he smelled maybe my deodorant or something, and maybe it was like smelled fruity, and he's like, smells like food to me, dude. And he licked my fucking armpit. And that woke me up so fucking quick. And I was like, oh shit, dude. Then I was like, yeah, you gotta leave. So I kicked him out. I kicked all the cats out. Closed my door, and I went to sleep. Or tried. But I was laying there for like an hour. Like, that was a horrible sensation to wake up to. So yeah, that sucked. And I think I slept for like 2 hours maybe. Little fucker, little freak. And I was like, who the fuck licks an armpit? And I was like, oh, that's right. VTuber watchers. Yikes. Yikes. So yeah, that was traumatizing. So I think he probably watches VTubers when I'm not like keeping an eye on him. I gotta make sure I curate the content he intakes now. What is this slander? I've seen your guys' fucking art. Don't ask me what the slander is. Shut up. I never even knew there was such a thing as an armpit fixation until I almost said the F word again. See, you guys got me cursing. Until I realized the anime market made it a thing. So then I asked somebody once, I was like, hey, friend, compatriot, buddy, to this person who I clearly hated, who was my enemy. I'm like, what's the armpit thing? And they're like, oh, well, it's like It's like a thing. I was like, how is that a thing? They're like, you know, it's like having a feet thing. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Both are like already kind of a little bit like, I'm not convinced those are real. And they're like, oh no, it's real. I'm like, no, I don't think that's real. And they're like, no, it's definitely real. Trust me, there's a market for it. And I was like, okay, but why? And they're like, well, people say it resembles something else. And I was like, all right, you've gone too far, anime fans. You've gone too far. You're repressed. Go outside. Go get bit by mites like me. Casharella, thank you for 8 months. Imagine smelling so bad your cat tries to bathe you. How dare you? How dare you? I am 90% sure it was because of the deodorant, but it could be because I smelled bad. I don't know. Completely possible. That's what I get for not showering before bed. Did it even start in the anime fandom? The internet been freaky for age. I have never once, ever seen someone be sexualized for their armpits outside of anime. Never once. That's an anime only thing. That's a weeb thing. Mm-hmm. Toho? Is that Toho's fault? Boy, check the K-pop fandom. Sorry, Mercy. You gotta admit that the K-pop fandom is weeb adjacent. The K-pop fandom, a lot of people who get into K-pop get into K-pop like, and there's a bridge between weebs and K-pop likers. Like, yeah, it's there now. Was it there before? It actually comes from a specific old anime. Oh no. See, there's always an origin point. There's always an origin point. Have you seen marble statues? I think marble statues aren't about armpits, though. I think, are we seriously gonna debate that? All right, let's do it. You know what? Fucking let's get in the thick of it, brother. Put on your helmets. Light your fucking matches. Open up your locket with a picture of your darling back home and give it one more kiss before we charge the fucking enemy. If that's what we're gonna be doing right now. Square up. Let's talk about armpit fetish. I understand marble statues had armpits out. I don't think anybody was like fucking gooning to marble statue armpits. I think the marble statue armpit thing was probably just an examination of the human form and how impressive it was. If we were out here fucking getting rock solid, getting sturdy to the sturdy igneous formations of marble statues, I don't think they would have been drawing or fucking carving those dudes full flaccid, if you know what I mean. So no, I don't think that's what that was for. I think that was art first, sexualization second. I don't think we can look back to ancient Greece and be like, oh, those dudes, they got that armpit fetish, bro. Nah, not a chance. Not a chance. Okay, listen, here's the thing. This VOD, this is done. YouTube's already gonna be like, I ain't sending this to nobody's getting this on their For You page. So I don't give a fuck what I talk about now or how much I curse. I don't care. Anyway, sorry, I'm tired. I'm tired as hell. The point is, I do not think you can point back to marble statues and be like, hey man, that's on the Greeks. The Greeks started this. Like, you cannot look at modern day fucking armpit fetishists who draw fucking anime with like weird like heat lines coming off armpits and be like, ah, this is the Greeks' fault. Like, a lot of things are the Greeks' fault. Don't get me wrong. Like, they are responsible for a lot of dumb shit that happens in our day-to-day and our fucking cultural zeitgeist. I ain't blaming the Greeks for that one. Hey, what's up, Monk? Thanks for 16 months. Oh, man. It'd be fun if we did, though. Okay, it would be funny if we did. It would be funny if we did. What did I just come in listening to? A lot. A lot. How are we going to prove it wasn't them? I guess I'm going to have to build a time machine. And instead of going back and doing anything useful, I'm just going to be like, hey, did you guys have an armpit fetish? I believe the anime was Urusei Yatsura. I remember watching a documentary about cultural milestones in anime. Which one is that one? Anyway, Alex, thank you for 3 months. I'm sure that was like some 90s anime. I'm pretty sure I've heard that name before. Greeks made perfume out of their gladiator. She sweat, they're freaky. Okay, listen, yes, I get it, but again, I don't even know if that was a sexual thing. They probably were like, oh, well, that'll give you like the virility and power of a gladiator. Yeah, don't get me wrong, like there was sexuality in that. Was it about armpits? I don't think so, dude. Like, people thought sweat had like a certain vitality of humors in it, and you could like use that to give yourself their power. Or, like, you could, I don't know, drink the blood of your enemies and you'd get their strength. Like, of course they probably thought you could make some perfume out of gladiator Oshi's sweat to make yourself stronger. You don't know? I don't know. 70 or 80s? Oh. I'm sure I've heard of it. I'm sure I've heard the name. I think it's the one with the Oni alien girl that wears the animal print bikini. Oh, with the green-haired one with the little, like, tiny horns. Yeah, they got a cool design. You were trying to sell us your sweat yesterday. Yeah. I mean, money's money, brother. I don't blame the gladiators for selling their sweat. I get it. She's from the 80s? Did they do a remake? Is that... Oh, they did a remake recently. That's what it was. I was like, damn, the animation's pretty good for the 80s. Yeah, you gotta make bank somehow. That's what I'm saying, dude. Get that bag. Gladiators were the OG VTubers? Yeah. It's too bad we're not allowed to stab each other to death in rings anymore. Oh, well. Next thing we know, Ruze is gonna release Gamer Boy bathwater. You wait till I get on that fucking Dune arc, brother. I'm on my Dune kick right now. I'm gonna start wearing a still suit every time I stream. I'll preserve little catch pockets of my gamer sweat, hyper condensed in a drinkable water, and I'll sell that to you. You can bring it back? I could, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I punched Axel into that pit during the last Minecraft stream, so in a way I was kind of already setting up gladiator shit. I made him square up against the baby zombie, remember? We are not drinking that? Yeah, okay, well, Woolstreak, you're saying you're not drinking that? You're typing the word we, but you mean is I, because somebody behind the screen just jumped out of their chair and kicked over their little stool. And I'm not saying that's a me specific thing. That is completely, I am like complete ego death, like a fucking like Franciscan monk doing my Catholic guilt prayers level of like no ego right now. Like, I'm so afraid of the sin of pride that I think that if I so much as tell myself good job, or if I hear somebody utter a whiff of gratitude, I will immediately catch fire. I say this with such a lack of ego. It's not about pride. It's just, I know y'all are freaks, at least some of you. So that's just the world we live in. Babylon Goggles says, I saw an armpit kink joke in a Ben Stiller movie once. Huh. Oh no. Anyway, thanks for the soup. It's leaked out into the normie market. It's too late. We're doomed. Pixie Punk. Wow. Thank you for 14 months of being exceptional. This was a weird moment to join the stream, huh? Wait till you go back in the VOD and look back like 5 minutes ago. It was weirder before that. It was weirder before that. What the fuck is... I thought Pocari sweat was just a type of water. You know what? It's my fault for having ears today. That's true, Jazz. Now, why did you do this? Hey, Ruze, you suck! / affectionate. That's not very nice. That's not very nice. Anyway, you can suck on this. Try our brand new Ruze. Hako's making some joke about making Ruze flavored sports drink called the Ruze, and I was like, you're a little freak. Hazardous Mix, thank you for a year and a half of being a Ruzader, by the way. Okay. Damn. What a way to start a stream, dude. So to be clear, we're kink shaming your cat and the weaves, right? Yes. So every day I try to pick a new person to kink shame. It's kind of my thing here. Like, I might not be able to promise a lot, but I can promise you always that I will kink shame somebody somewhere. And it doesn't, it's not limited to like armpit whiffers or whatever the fuck you guys got going on. I don't give a shit if you're like nostrils deep in someone's stinky fucking sweat pile. That's your business, I guess. I'm gonna make fun of you for it. But it's anything. I don't care. Whatever your kink is, I'm probably making fun of you for it. Your kink could be butterfly kisses, and I'll be like, haha, loser. Is kink shaming your kink? It's not a kink so much as a passion. It's kind of like a sport to me. I just think I'm the best. I just think I'm the best there is. Thanks, Iris, for 10 months, by the way. It's not like a thing I take some sort of like kink joy out of. It's more like the kind of joy somebody gets, you know, honing a skill. Does that make sense? I'm in it for the love of the game. Why are we still in sweat talk? We're out of sweat talk. You got to get sweat off your brain, Yanichi. Come on now. I get it. Like, I know you're obsessed with it, but you got to let it go. We've moved on to kink shaming. Competitive kink shaming. Yes, kind of, yeah. Competitive kink shaming has advanced so much. Yeah, I've really, what is the word? I've revolutionized the entire sport. Semi-professional hating. That's me. Congratulations on surviving the scary thing. Those two words should not be put together. Competitive kink shaming, they're there. Can we swap topics? I've had too much psychic damage today. Yeah, all right, let's swap topic, guys. So, who wants to talk about kink? Gotta be careful. Some people in the humiliation of being kink shame. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Damn. Fuck. All right, let's play some Minecraft. Now I don't want to do it. You know what? I've lost passion for it. Sport's over. Sports. You know, they say that the enemy of love is not hate, but indifference. So I will hit those people with a kink around being shamed with indifference. That'll get them. Yeah, kink apathy. I've got competitive kink apathy. Take that. All right, let me move my shit over here and get set up. Actually got some new buttons I want to test out. Yippee. Okay, Chloe. Thanks for being an axhole, by the way. Okay. Try to fix this and set up my game. It's a game. Chloe, thank you for 18 months. That's a year and a half of being an axhole. I've been watching, okay, I lied. I'm not starting yet because I'm going to yap for a second. I've been watching shorts from, God damn it, what is their name? I can't remember the content creator's name anymore. They do a lot of like art shorts or whatever where they draw like random like fucking events in their life, and I've got their fucking song that they play in the background constantly stuck in my head now. I mean, I like their shorts. They're really funny, but they're not like art shorts, like how to do art. It's like one of those story time style shorts, you know, like Jaden Animations type stuff. But it's, oh, what is her name? Damn it. I can't remember her name. She's always drawing shorts of her, like her and her little dog and her roommate or whatever. Anyway, the like background, Nirami. Thank you. Nirami. And it's like the, and I'm like, dude, I've got that fucking on loop in the back of my head. I can't get it out of my head. Please, get out of my head. So yeah, that's stuck in the back of my head. Baby. Sounds almost like Cult of the Lamb music. It's not. I think it's like some Wii music or something. It sounds like some Wii like menu shit. So the echo is lollying again. Yes. The song she uses from Rhythm Heaven? What's that? Is that like a, that sounds like a DS song, actually. I lied. That song is an earworm. It is a fucking earworm. It won't go away. It won't go away. Go away! Go away! Type shit. The more tired I get, the more susceptible I am to earworm tunes, I recognize. So like if I haven't slept for a long time, I will wake up with some shitty fucking like non-stop, very short rhythm in my head. It's not even like a, ooh, cool, there's a song stuck in my head. It's like a fucking, on a good day, a 10-second long beat on repeat. And sometimes it is a song, but just one part of just that song. Just one part, again and again and again and again. You get 3 bars, make them count. That's me every day. It's torture, man. Truly TikTok brain rotted. Help me! I even deleted TikTok. Free me! That was forever ago. I deleted TikTok like months ago now. I've been TikTok free, but I still get them sometimes on YouTube Shorts. That's my fault. That's my fault. What else have I been getting on YouTube Shorts lately? I've been getting the occasional. I've been getting a lot of what's his name? Sam Reich. Sam Reich's game show, I think. Game Changer. I've been getting a lot of shorts for that. Something else. I can't remember. Dropout. That's what it was. Dropout's Game Changer. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of that. A lot of Narami and a lot of, nerd content, really. The occasional Vinny from Vinesauce, I think it is, which is wild because I missed the Vinesauce era. Like I was never really consumed that content, so I just recently started looking at it, and man, that guy would have been right up my alley. I'm surprised I missed all that. That's a bit of a shame. He seems very informative. See, I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what the I like to spin thing is. Vinny or Joel? I don't know. Who's the bald guy with the beard and the glasses? What is a Blumenek? What are we on about? Things I've been seeing on my YouTube Shorts a lot lately. Soda Pop and K-Pop Demon Hunter all over my shorts. I don't, which is weird because I have been listening to those. It just doesn't show up on my shorts. I am like out of it. What's Vinesauce? So Vinesauce is a content creator that seems to focus largely on like informative information, like informative like factoids type of stuff, and they just talk about like interesting science or interesting history and stuff, and it's really short form, quick content that's almost always somehow compelling. Blumenek's the person who does fantasy archery. Yeah, I get a lot of his shorts too. A lot of his shorts. And occasionally I get this, there's a guy I watch who does shorts where he's, God, I wish I could remember his name. There's a guy I watch who also does like Hema content, I guess. Like he's sort of like I'm gonna say this in a way that's gonna sound mean, but I don't mean it this way. He's like kind of thinner. He's got like a strong-ish kind of pencil mustache vibe. He's got kind of like the vibe of like a dad from like the 1920s, I guess. What is his name? He's got glasses. It might be Robin's Words. It might be Robin's Words, I think. Yeah, I think that's the guy I'm thinking of. He's very fond of like the era of like history where they had like the poofy pants and the tight leggings on with like the rapier stance, and mercenaries were wearing like Len Schneck style mercenaries were wearing the fucking like floofy hats and shit. I think that's who I'm talking about. Vsauce, not Vinesauce, you goober. Oh, Vsauce. Thank you, Jelly. Sorry, not Vinesauce. I missed Vinesauce entirely. Vsauce, who I'm thinking of. Holy shit. Thanks. Mm-mm-mm. So yeah. Yeah. That's what I've been getting on my shorts a lot lately. I wonder if he's the one of the guys who did the Neo game short. I don't know. He does shorts where he like talks about different swords he's bought, and different fighting styles and stances. He occasionally does like, you know, actual like much sword content on YouTube. It's very much like armchair, like talking about the theory of swordplay, and typically not a lot of actual swordplay. But part of that is because nobody in the modern era, besides me, of course, is an actual sword master who has killed somebody with a sword. I'm kidding. I've never killed a man. Have I killed monsters? Yes. Men? No. But he seems pretty skilled, and he occasionally does like armored sword duels and stuff like that. He's pretty interesting to watch just for like the raw theory of it. But like all people, you should take things with a grain of salt in the modern context, because you're going to get a lot of armchair sword enthusiasts on YouTube who are like, actually that would never work because the ancient manuscripts say it wouldn't, when the reality of sword fighting is that it was probably a really messy, ugly, unartistic affair that was either over in 2 strokes or turned into a brawling wrestling match, and then somebody got stabbed with a knife. So as much as people want to say, you know, there's hard, fast rules, like in a real fight, most rules fall apart the second you get into the fight. Now, do you mean men or do you mean humans? I mean humans. Stabbing's kind of illegal now, so we can't test it out. Well, stabbing was pretty illegal then too, depending on who was stabbing who. But much like back then, stabbing's only illegal if you fall within a specific social stratum. If you have enough money, laws don't apply to you, just like back then. I do not have enough money. No plant survives first contact with the enemy. Yeah, the thing is, I feel like a lot of people are going to tell you, like, this is actually one of those reasons I like the archer guy. The archer guy, I forget his name. He seems like a genuinely like funny, witty, like intelligent, informed dude. He does a lot of like pole dancing and also trick archery, and he's also just genuinely a good archer. He also seems to subscribe to the logic of, yes, it is silly to do like spin attacks or trick shots or funny moves, but the reality is we've existed in a time where many people have invented many styles of archery and sword fighting, and somebody somewhere in history probably did do goofy trick shots or spin attacks. Otherwise you wouldn't have mounted horse archers or people who can do archery upside down. And while those things are not practical, they are interesting, and the reality of war and warfare is that most people probably did not have a truly hyper-realized martial form that was always truly practical, because there wasn't the internet back then. You learned from a guy who probably learned from not dying in combat, and he taught you what worked for him, and sometimes he probably taught you unpractical bullshit because it worked once. It worked one time. Somebody in history was probably like, yeah, dude, the best sword technique is you throw your sheath in the air, and when they look at it, you stab them in the face. Somebody in some history was probably like, yeah, I do a spin attack because they never see it coming. The same way, you know, like an MMA fighter might do like a spinning back kick. It is what it is. They had books back then too. I'm not saying whether or not they had books. I'm not like implying that they could not read and that they were a bunch of dirty peasants. What I'm saying is the vast majority of people who engaged in warfare probably couldn't read, first of all. Second of all, book learning falls apart in actual practical combat. Now, were there like true duels with artistry behind it? I'm sure. Also, spin attacks do double damage for real. True. Now, if you're trying to practice like true swordsmanship and you're trying to like be as hyper efficient as you can, and you're up against an opponent who's just as trained as you, yeah, don't do a fucking spinny attack. They're gonna stab you in the back. If you're fucking just doing swordplay for funsies and goofing around, my advice to you is, you know, listen to the old manuscripts. They knew what they were talking about for the most part, but also don't be afraid to improvise, because if you listen to only the harsh, most strictest of rules, you're treating swordplay much like a lot of people kind of treated physical martial arts like, you know, hand-to-hand combat for a long time, where they're like, no, there's a proper technique and it's the only technique, and if you don't do that technique, then you are wrong. And then somebody came along and was like, actually, hey, check this out. I'm now going to kick you in the ribs. And they're like, oh shit, that's not the technique. And they're like, I know, but it worked. And then people were like, whoa, what the fuck? You're telling me every single fight back then wasn't perfectly choreographed like in the movies? I'm sorry to say that. Yeah. Yeah, like in most things, the ability to improv is powerful. Basically, yeah, it boils down to I won. So it doesn't matter if my technique was better than yours. Somebody is always going to be like, actually, if you spin in combat, it is highly inefficient and you're likely to be stabbed in the back. And what's funny is there's always an exception to that rule, you'll notice. For example, a lot of two-handed sword arts rely entirely on spinning in combat. Not because it's good, but because it's good at creating space. It's good at keeping people away from you. Now, do I think you should spin in combat? No, that is just the most obvious example because it's the one people always reference when they're talking about sword fighting. They're like, there's always spinning in movies. And I'm like, spinning looks cool. That's why it's in movies. That's literally it. That is why it's in movies. Is it going to get you killed in an actual sword duel against a competent opponent? Yes. Yes, it is. But it looks cool. And it might trip somebody up. You never fucking know. Most people aren't going to react with perfect clarity and perfect speed. Sometimes you got to aura farm in battle. True. Keep them guessing. The bell curve of chess type shit. Kinda, yeah. With dual swords, a spin has its uses, I think. Dual swords is another thing people are always fucking talking about on the sword channels. How do we get on this topic? Because we were talking about sword channels, that's right. So there's a lot of armchair sword fighters who will tell you that dual wielding swords is completely impractical. And it's like, it is. It is impractical to dual wield two swords of equal length. Unless they're two short swords, or the swords themselves were probably made for that purpose and you specifically studied the art of using those blades. But dual wielding two long swords like you see in anime, pretty dumb and pretty hard to do. One-handing a long sword in the first place is already not like the ideal thing to do with a long sword. But like a hand on a half sword and a short sword, that could work. That's pretty good. Do I think you should be spinning with them? Probably not. There's a lot of silly stuff in anime that doesn't make sense, but I mean, it's anime, dude. Like, you also can't shoot fucking laser beams out of your hands. Who cares? Let's stop criticizing how realistic anime is in the way they fight. It's all right. Aren't you meant to do a long and short swords? So it depends on the type of, like, the problem with like medieval warfare and medieval weaponry and the study of the art therein is that it encompasses hundreds of years, different styles, different technology, and different weapons. So if you're talking like dual wielding as a concept, there's been a lot of dual wielding throughout history. There's like hook swords. There's the little fucking like dual short curved blades. I want to say that is like a Chinese martial art in origin. There's a rapier and dagger. There's short sword and dagger. There's hand and a half sword and a short sword. Was it popular? Probably not, because at the end of the day, most of the time what you're doing when you're dual wielding is you're using one for defense and one for offense, and a shield will serve that purpose better. But if you trained with dual wielding correctly, you can, fight aggressively and defensively at the same time. The same way you should be using a shield. You should be using a shield to create space and still be offensive, theoretically. There will always be realist movements in arts and media. I'm a realist myself. I like realism in my art and media. I like realism in anime. I like when sword fights are realistic. I think that's cool. I like when like the martial arts and the choreography for like hand-to-hand combat in anime is realistic. Do I think you should hold anime to a strict critique of what is logical in sword fighting? Not really. I think it's a little silly when somebody who really likes anime wants to, like, I don't know, get into HEMA and they think they're gonna backhand a longsword. Yeah, that's silly. But in the context of the anime, who cares? Sometimes shit's just cool. Yeah, like whips in Castlevania. Sometimes it is cool when media is larger than life. Like, I personally see, the thing is, when I talk about things like this, it's often like, I feel like I can get misconstrued that I'm on one side or the other. I'm gonna be honest with you, despite me talking about how we need to give, you know, media more leeway to be a little bit more fantastical and take things a little less seriously, I am one of those people who will dissect a fight in media and be like, that doesn't make a lot of sense, or that would have got you killed, or that was stupid. I still have a personal pet peeve about backhanding swords. I think it's silly. I think it kind of looks dumb, but I get why people do it. So I try not to criticize it too much, and I do think it's a little silly for people to criticize it in the context of the anime itself, or whatever medium it is. I think it's silly to criticize it in the context of the medium. It is okay to criticize it in the context of how stupid it is in real life and would get you fucked. Motherfuckers out here backhanding swords, wielding it backwards, like you know how people like hold knives in that stabbing motion over their head, like they're gonna bring it down on you, like pick style. Like, if you're wielding it that way, I have a pet peeve about that. It annoys me. The only time I will engage in the argument of picking that apart is when somebody, usually somebody very misinformed, is like, well, actually, the practical benefits of that are. I'm like, no. No, there are no practical benefits of that. There is no upside to wielding your sword like a tonfa. It does not work. Reba says, thanks for being normal and talking about swords while I'm cooking in the kitchen. My older brother was listening. Also, suspension of disbelief in media is healthy. Everyone have a sip of water. Thank you for the soup. I will have a sip of water. Thank you. But the swords that create fire tornadoes are real, right? Those ones are real. Yeah, yes. Wouldn't you be more likely to stab yourself backhanding a sword, kind of like holding a fork and tripping? So the problem with backhanding a sword isn't so much that you're likely to stab yourself. I mean, you are. Yes, because the many motions of your arm in the natural like mechanism of your arms like bend would stab you. But the problem with holding a sword backhanded is that it doesn't do anything. It makes your grip weaker. It makes the sword easier to disarm. It does not protect your forearms, which is what some people say. They'll be like, well, it's a defensive technique. It essentially creates a blade up the length of your arm, which is for blocking. I'm like, okay, but you'd be better off catching a sword further from you with your tip extended. You also have a stronger grip because that's just how the human hand was created, etc., etc. There's like a million reasons not to backhand a sword, is what I'm saying. But it looks cool in anime, and that's why people do it in anime, so it's fine. Backhanding swords is just aura farming? It is. It's aura farming. Only very specific daggers are meant for reverse grip. Yeah, there is one time you could backhand a sword, and it is specifically if you're trying to thrust it down into an opponent's torso if they're on the ground. And even then, you're probably still better just stepping forward and stabbing them. It is still going to get significant force. Also, you could justify holding a sword backhanded, theoretically, I guess if you were doing like a sort of half grip, or you're going for a Mordhaus stroke. Two-thirds for a fight is posturing until the other guy doesn't want to fight anymore. True. I think a lot of the whole like sword cool factor that you see in media is from people who have never held a sword. And don't get me wrong, I understand that. Why would you hold a fucking sword? How many people own a sword? But once you hold a sword, you pretty quickly realize, oh shit, yeah, that doesn't feel good in the wrist at all. That would immediately get disarmed. Yikes. All right, let me hop into Minecraft and we'll keep yapping. I own a few. I own a couple. And I own a training sword. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend I've been in a million sword duels, because I also am an armchair sword guy, which is to say, I don't know a lot about swords, and I have never studied the medieval manuscripts. But I will tell you this. I've held a sword backhand. I've held a sword forward-hand. It don't feel good to hold it backhand, and it does nothing for you. Sword on the back just looks cool, Wolster, and I think everybody's ignoring the factor that is doable with sword on the back. It's not practical. It's never a good thing. but it looks cool. That's one. And two, and I find this one maybe even more important, you could just wear it on a strap and then sling it off your back when you draw it. It's fine. Okay, but what about LARPing? What about LARPing? I've never LARPed. Now I've done a form of LARPing. It was called Amped Guard, which is a little bit more full contact, and there's no like magic or anything like that. But I hear Amped Guard has actually softened its rules of late, and that there is no longer like serious full physical contact. They put a bunch of why'd they put a bunch of bamboo in my town? Oh well. Yofi, my keyboard broke. Sorry. Some of my favorite memories are drunk sword fighting 2 a.m. in the park with my buddies with foam swords. Man, I wish I had memories like that. That's cool as hell. I will say that my older sister once was in a wood carving class, and she carved us some wood swords, and we loved fighting with those until we shattered the swords on each other. We did break them eventually, but it was cool while it lasted. My brother owns a sword. Also, thank you for 3 months, by the way. So sorry, it says my brother owns a sword. I realized how weighty they can actually be. Yeah, the swords aren't like super heavy. They're not like giant chunks of steel like they're portrayed in media often. But try to wield a sword for more than like 10, 15, 20 minutes. Your arms are probably going to get tired, assuming you're not like ridiculously physically fit. Like if you've trained with it for a while, I'm sure you'd be all right. Swords aren't massive. They're not heavy, but wielding an extended like, 3-pound weight, it can get hard, especially when you're striking things with it and you're sending those tremors up your arms. Whew. I'm gonna sleep for a minute. Pressing with your swords while shattering your swords while pressing with your brother, so don't make cry coded. Yeah, my brother and my older sister, we would fight each other a lot. My older sister, I remember the first time we shattered one of the swords. I swung at her hard, and I think she caught the strike at like the weak point of my sword, which should have been a strong on a real sword, but because of the way it was carved just to look cool and not be structurally sound, because obviously we were fucking kids and she was a kid in wood shop or whatever. So there was a point where it had like this really narrow point before it hit the cross guard, and then it flared up, but she caught it like right at the narrow point above the cross guard. I remember shattering that shit right off the handle, and it went flying into the street. That was funny though. Okay, I guess step one is organizing. Why'd I have so much diamond shit? What the hell? All right, you know what? I'll put some of it on. That'll help me organize. There we go. Okay, we're geared up. I've apparently got 2 shields. I wish there was an auto sort button. I want an auto sort button bad. You can go to a conference about... I want to go to a sword conference. That sounds cool. Look at all that sugarcane. Man, they're really gearing up out here. Let's take a look at what everybody else has been working on while I'm here. I know Haka's been streaming it quite a bit, which I saw him building this tower the other day when he was talking about Ruze. Why does this exist? Whatever. Is this Haka's house? I don't know why. I thought this was Gerard's. I guess so. Okay, so Haka's living in the blacksmithy. But he's also building this sort of like flying cage type deal, which is pretty cool. Hey man, fuck off. I don't want to deal with you. Thank you. Oh yeah, I'm level 60. I should probably enchant some stuff, huh? Why am I lagging already? That's crazy work. All right, let me close out of a few things real quick. Hopefully that helps. Hey, okay, I thought my subtitles went away again. I was gonna be like, dude. Yeah, Altair built the storage. So this is Haka's. I'm assuming it's supposed to be a stable, both for, what in the world is going on over here, dude? I'm gonna feed all these chickens and I'm gonna start taking them out because I want arrows for my long journey I'm about to take. So let's go ahead and feed all these chickens. Look at all those chickens. Good lord. Ah. Ah! They're laying eggs faster than I can collect. Stop. Okay, 1 second. Guys, stop! I'm gonna have so much chicken for this journey. This town is becoming your nightmare? Yeah. I'm probably... Listen, I'm not going to build too far from the boys this time. I did that in the last server, and I had my little solo adventure, and I'm still going to do a solo adventure. I would like to build something close-ish to the boys. I'm not saying I'm going to be right on top of them or anything, but I'd like to build something close-ish. But for the particular goal that I have in mind, I will be just a little bit further out, because I'm probably... I think what I would like to do... Where's all the grass seed, guys? I think what I would like to do is I want to build a... I think that should be enough seed. Hey, everybody, what's up? I want to build a frog light factory, and that's going to take some time. I love how much experience you can get from making chickens fuck, apparently. What's that? That's the experience of love. Apparently. Why are they dying? Too many on top of each other, I guess. They're overcrowding each other. Help. This is an unethical chicken farm right here. They're overcrowding each other. Help them! Help them! It's funny how much Minecraft I have played and how, like, inexperienced I still am in Minecraft. Like, I have to ask some dumb questions sometimes. Like, I remember on the stream we were doing the other day where we were all playing, we were trying to beat the game. I was like, hey, can I combine enchantments by combining items on, like, a blacksmith's table? And like, oh, yeah. I was like, man, I'm dumb. I've done so little with in-game content. Like, I'm always just doing goofy builds and going to get iron. Like, I've done very little in the nether. I've only been in the end that one time. And I don't mess with enchantments too often. I kind of would like to try and mess around with a little bit of redstone as well this time. I always kind of tell myself I'm going to do some stuff with redstone, and I never do, but I want to do something with it. I don't want to make any farms or like automate the game away from myself. Like, I'm not going to be partaking in iron farms and stuff like that. Not that I'm criticizing anybody who does. It's okay if they do, before anybody's like, oh, well, you know, it's efficient. I get it. That's fine. It's not my thing. I don't want to automate the fun of searching for things. But I will probably try to make some interesting contraptions, or maybe like drawbridges or hidden walls, things like that. Have I tried sleeping in the nether? I've heard of the memes. I will not be doing that. Mr. Raven, I guess. Thanks for the 5 gifted chips. I'm sorry, chickens. I need some feathers. I won't take too many of you out, just a few. That's 44 feathers. That's not too bad so far. I don't want to... This is somebody else's farm. This is somebody else's work. I should, not take... I think that's enough. Honestly, let's just say that's enough. That's enough. That's going to keep me funded on arrows for at least a little bit. That'll have to do. I don't want to push it any further. That's somebody else's hard work. I thought some of my car was broken, but it's just the chicken noises. You're like, oh no, my car. Sorry, Moggy Moggy. Sorry I convinced you your car was evil. I was right, by the way. When did I get Firefly Bush? I don't know, but I love that I had that. I'm going to keep that. I think I got it out of a chest. Maybe in the nether? I'm doing all right, Jen. How you doing? Altair's cool storage shed. Hey, where's all our gravel? Granite, tough, andesite, tough, salt. Uh-oh. Looks like I might have to go hunt down my own gravel deposit. I could just take the arrows out of there. Technically, oh, that's a lot of flint. Is anybody going to use that? I mean, probably they would, but I think I'm going to take it. Damn, that's a lot of iron. Thanks. That's going to start me on my flint journey. So now what I need to do is I'm going to drop this for a second. I'm going to take this. I'm going to make some sticks. Let's make like 32, I guess, because that's what I have room for. So that's what I'm going to do. Okay, cool. And now I can just get rid of, I don't know. Let's do, oh, gravel. Hey, lucky. Let's put away some of these potions of fire resist that Altair made. I will not need those. I'll keep one for when I inevitably head back into the nether. And instead I will drop whatever. Is that sponge? I probably shouldn't drop sponge, huh? That could be useful. Let's take this water bucket, take this, set that in stone. Okay, we're gonna put the in stone there for now. I don't want to deorganize the chest too much either, but it's a bunch of gravel, so I'm definitely gonna take that and use it. You can make teleporters? I don't think you can make teleporters, can you? I'll keep the splash of instant heal. Actually, splash potions just, they're good. They're better in a group. So holding on to that feels a little bit selfish. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to take some of this gravel. I'll farm up like 17 more flint. And we'll call it a day. Let's go take a little nap with our cute little cat. Why do I have 16 ender pearl? Oh, because that's so adorable, dude. So cute. I forgot to turn up my game. Sorry, you guys probably have been getting bad audio this whole time. Where'd you go, buddy? What'd you give me? What is that? What'd you give me? What is this? I can't open my chest to find out. Come here, bud. Come on. That music got loud quick. What is that? A rabbit's foot? Where'd you get that, bud? Hey! Alright, let's take what little iron we have on our own. I would like to build a quartz, too. That'd be fun. Why do I have all this hay? Okay, whatever. You know what? This is fine. Alright, I need to organize into things I'm not bringing with me. So I'm probably not bringing these ender pearls. I have no purpose for them where I'm going. I will bring this almost destroyed iron pickaxe. I might combine it with my current pickaxe. I will leave behind the single arrow because I just don't need it to be taking up an extra slot for one arrow. I don't need these glowberries. I don't need this golden apple. I honestly don't need these apples or this mushroom. I'll bring the chicken and I'll cook that. I don't need this. I'm gonna cook the chicken. Can I blast furnace this? No, I'd probably have to smoker this. But you know what I can blast furnace is that. So I'll put the chicken in here. I'll take that. Smelt that. Leave behind these boots. I'll leave behind this firefly bush, as cute as it is. I'm gonna bring 64 oak planks with me. I'll keep the gravel on me. I don't really need all this stone, but I'll bring it anyway because stone can make a stove wherever I go. I'll bring a water bucket because it's useful. I'll bring 2 stacks of arrows, which I guess means I can leave this in the gravel behind for later. I'll bring my bow. I'll leave this bow behind. I'm not bringing the bones. I don't need 2 shields. Man, Minecraft music's so pretty all the time. Oh, I have another splash potion of healing. I'll put that away too. I don't think I need it. Efficiency and unbreaking. I should use this specifically for cutting down trees. I'll switch over to this for a combat axe, and I'll use this for trees. Okay, so I've got my bow, I've got my iron. I'm making some chicken. I'm gonna have to leave my cat behind for a little bit. He's not coming with me, but it's safer here for him. Music is very comfy. La 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 lava. Okay. I've already filled up a lot of my inventory, which is not great if I'm going on a frog quest, but I am going on a frog quest. So how do I make a lead again? I know you can do that now. Hey, what the hell is this? What is this? I thought brushes were a mod. Is that in baseline Minecraft? What the fuck is a bundle? That's in baseline Minecraft now? Okay, anyway, so 3 leather and an iron, but a lead is... Oh, just a bunch of string. I'm pretty sure I had a bunch of... Oh. Okay, I don't have a bunch of string, and also whoever borrowed my fishing rod never brought it back. Very cool of them. But I do have 2 leads, so I guess it doesn't matter. So I can lead the frogs with me. I'm gonna fill up my hot bar so I don't have to worry about things like taking up space when I pick them up. I want one more item here. Probably chicken, I guess. I'll be back, bud. I'm gonna go get more gear for my journey. A bundle just holds a stack of whatever. That's kind of a shame, because it doesn't actually clean up any inventory space then. Oh, frog light's just frog poop? Yeah, more or less. It's frog poop if the frog eats specifically a magma slime. So I think I want to build a base in the nether. Obviously, I will not be building a bed in the nether, but a base would be cool. Also use... Wow! Sorry, I'm just putting these back in an order I like. My brain says I must, and so I must obey. Ooh, I love maps. Maps are so cool, dude. Maybe I'll build with cobbled deep slate in the nether. That could be fun. Oh, bundles can hold multiple items of a stack. That's kind of cool, though. I could see the benefit of bundles. It's just getting them out of the bundle seems like a bit of a hassle for the value that they provide. But I could see... Okay, here's a question. Can you fire arrows out of a bundle? Because that could be cool. You could almost treat it like a quiver. Obsidian and glowstone makes a respawn anchor? I'm sorry, a what? Are you sure? Oh, I see. That'd be a lot of cobbled deep slate, though. And you know what? Let's build with what we find in the nether. Because if I don't build with what I find in the nether, I'm going to have a bad time. I know that in the nether, one thing I'm going to want to do is probably bring some golden boots before I forget. Yeah, let's bring some golden boots. One thing I'm going to want to do is I would like to build near a basalt biome, but also a crimson forest. Because, Crimzon Rulez. It's in the title. I may as well. I would like to build near basalt, though, because that is most likely to spawn magma cubes easily. Meaning I can use those to get my frogs. Yeah, get my frog lights. But I also need to find a basalt biome that is near enough to a swamp in the overworld, which means I need to travel the overworld for a while until I find a swamp. And then I'll have to build another nether portal. Meaning I need some obsidian, actually. So let's go see if we have any left over. We do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's bring 12 just to be safe. Okay, we're almost ready to go on our journey. Oh, I know what I'll put in my last stack. I'm gonna eat my steak first to get rid of the extra stack. I'll bring a boat, and I'll put that in. See if anybody left any boats behind. They sure did. That way I don't have to worry about making a new one. We'll bring a boat with us so that we can go on our journey. Somebody, I guess, killed my horse, question mark, or lost it, which kind of sucks. Or Haka moved it for some reason. Totally possible. Oh, torches. I didn't even make any torches. Okay. Okay. Let's go. Out of bone horse, yeah. Should I even bring the bone horse? Would I have to cross large bodies of water? I'll bring him anyway. Are you mine? You are now. Ah! Sorry, my eyes. Oh, God. I just picked up so many eggs. You know what? Maybe I can start a chicken farm wherever I go to. Renewable food source. All right, someone's been clearing this area out with torches. What was that sound? That was scary. So we're just gonna ride in a direction until we, well, does anybody know the coordinates back home? I mean, it's usually on Haka's stream, so I guess somebody could just check that for me if we need it. Push you! Thank you for being a Ruze. I'm gonna head back toward where we had initially spawned from first, because it's already terrain that has been loaded. And I would like to check that for swamps before we get going. Oh man, I should have slept. Should have brought a bed. You know what? Let's go back and get a bed. Okay, one more detour. I wonder if you could cook in Minecraft. I mean, technically, yeah. Can you, like, make recipes other than cake? Not really, no. I'm just gonna rest in the first bed I find. I'm not too worried about whose house it is or whatever. I just don't want to spawn random creepers all over the place or something crazy, so... Whoopee! Okay. Let's grab some wool and dye it red, and then we'll make a bed, and then we'll get going after that. Whoa! Chicken. Ah! 3 white wool. Be right back, buddy. I gotta go find some flowers. Okay. Whoa, that's a lot of lava. Hey guys, you think we got enough sheep? Something about this feels inhumane. Hey, another skeleton horse. I'm glad that some of these are just running wild near us now. Like untamed, just wilderness horse. Two more red flowers. – You will never escape the chicken jockey. I'm sorry to tell you. It is embedded in the cultural zeitgeist now. Hi, Ruze. I just finished a huge cross-country move. Really? Congratulations. See this new Minecraft server. Does that mean a new Criminal's Cut? So not Criminal's Cut this time. At least not immediately. I might do another Criminal's Cut, but that is not the first project I'm jumping on for sure. Project 1 is going to be find frog. Get magma cube, make frog light. And then I will hopefully make frog lights in all 6 colors, I think. There's 6 frogs, right? I think there's 6 frogs. That's my first project. Anyway, thank you for a year and a half, Nitsuki. And congrats on the big move! La 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 la. Whoa, 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 whoa. La 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 la. You're right. Adradio, you're right. How could I be so wrong as to not see what you were saying to me all along? Real recognizes real. Okay, I don't need you. I'm sorry. Bye. All right, let's go get our horse. Thanks for 5 months. Do I want to bring my horse? Should I bring Hans? Is it a bad idea to bring Hans? Is Hans just going to slow me down? It's not that much faster than walking, I guess. I feel like horses in this game are weird because they're only really good on paved roads between established, like, towns, essentially. Marlo, the Terezi apologist, says, been busy and not able to catch streams much. I'm not going to be able to keep watching as I have D&D, but I wanted to pop in and still say you're still my least favorite. And I hope you die. Holy shit. That's fucked up and evil. Oh, in Minecraft. Oh, dude, I thought you meant for real. Well, one day, if I'm lucky. Thanks for a year and a half of being an asshole. Good luck at D&D. I'm jealous. I'm hoping my book comes today for Mythic Bastionland. You're not mine. Where's mine? Oh, he's over here. Where's my thing? Oh no, my thing! Oh. Give me that back. Your D&D got canceled? Oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah, you know what? I'm not risking a cool skeletal horse on me running around looking for a swamp. I'm just gonna go look for it on foot. Ow. Okay, bud, enjoy. Dude, I just got fucking a PTSD. I feel like I just had a moment of PTSD. I heard a fucking gas go. I was like, oh! Unfortunately, my adventures in the Nether creating that bridge to that fortress, they'll never quite leave me. Don't forget coordinates. Ah, it's around 64 something something. I'll remember it. It's fine. I won't remember. Your DM's on vacation right now? Man, I really want to play Mythic Bastionlands. Don't get me wrong, I'm probably going to end up DMing it at some point, but I want to play it. This music, right? Absolutely spot on, gas and price. Thanks. The horrors will never be forgotten. Ruze is the forever DM? Yeah. Yeah, I'm the forever DM everywhere, not just with HOLOSTARS. And a lot of that is self-inflicted, to be fair. In everybody who's ever known me as defense, I have pretty high standards for DMing, and I'm not going to hold anybody up to those. So the few times I have had the opportunity to be a player, I tend to drift away pretty quickly. I get uninvested pretty fast, and that's nobody's fault but my own. I think it's largely because I get bored as a player because I'm just so used to having so many things to do as a DM. That is not like people are bad at DMing. It is I demand a lot to keep my attention at once as a player. So if the world isn't really realized, or there's not like some pretty heavy role play going on, or some pretty intense combat with like, you know, a strict focus on interesting strategy and not just slapping each other in the face over and over again until somebody falls as HP sponges, I will probably get bored pretty quick. Is that, do I see pine trees? Cool. I like pine biomes. That's awesome. It's not frogs, but I want to go check. Oh, cool. Pine biomes are so underrated. I love evergreens. Evergreens are so fucking cool. Oh, this has that sort of like old rocky mossy stone in it, like a highland elm. Ugh. That's so cool, dude. I would 100 out of 100 build here if I wasn't on a specific quest right now. Oh, so cool. Oh, and there's those big cliff faces over there. Is there more pine trees over there? That would be bonkers. I think there are. Yep. Cool. Oh, pine biome, my beloved. My DM added elevation mechanics to combat. Maybe that's something you could look to for extra battle tactics. Fights have always been interesting because of it. Even the random encounters. Yeah, I think I want to add elevation mechanics, and I think there's... I honestly just want to play other systems really bad, because I want to see what I like in those systems and essentially steal it. One thing I really like about Mythic Bastionlands is that it takes the idea of being a fighter and just runs with it. Everybody is a fighter, essentially. Oh, there's foxes out. Ah, it's a baby fox. So everybody has like the same essential maneuvers, but there's ways to like differentiate how that functions. I don't know. It's hard to explain in a way that makes sense, but I'll talk about it at some point. Once I get all to the book, we'll maybe do a little deep dive into it. But I would like to get perms first so I could show you the visuals in it, because the visuals are really cool. Ooh, snowy. Ooh, wow. Ooh, packed snow. Oh shit. Oh, that's some deep packed snow. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Hold on. Ooh, that was cold. Okay. You two? At 2 pecked snow? What was that? So pecked snow is a type of snow that is impossible to detect, except that regular snow won't sit on top of it, I believe. So you won't get like these little snow blanket layers. And what it does is it is so packed. Sorry, so unpacked, it's so loose that you will sink into it and start to freeze to death as if you were drowning. Deep ones, very scary. Because you can just sink indefinitely like I did. I got lucky that there was a cave underneath and I could just dig my way out. But I could have just sunk forever and then essentially not been able to get out in time and froze to death. Saya says, so is Mythic Bastionlands a sort of RPG game that you can play solo, computer teammates, or do you need to have other people with you? So first of all, no computers because it's not digital. It's TTRPG, so it's strictly tabletop, unfortunately. Secondarily, no, it does not strike me as the type of game you could play solo. There is no way to sort of like gimmick having a solo playthrough, because the DM does have knowledge that the player does not have, and it kind of has to be that way. Much like in D&D, it requires some player to be the game master or dungeon master, whatever you want to call them, or referee, many people have taken to calling them, and function as essentially a impartial judge / the computer that runs the system for you. which is kind of a shame. I've been looking more into solo RPGs too and seeing if there's any that catch my interest, and a couple have. Nothing has really made me like jump out of my seat with elation lately. The games I've mostly been interested in are Root, still very much Root, and Mythic Bastionlands. Mythic Bastionlands came as a surprise. I just happened to catch it while I was looking at, I don't even know what I was doing. I think I was flipping through YouTube, and I saw a recommendation for some channel I'd never seen before called Quinn's Quest, which I recommend checking out. He's very passionate, and the way he presents the info is really cool. And it's this sort of like retro, like, I don't know, like 80s or 90s vibe going on, which is pretty funny and pretty engaging. And he presents information in such a way that is very engaging, and does like deep dives in RPGs. And I mean, they're pretty high quality videos. They're like hours, like an hour long usually. He releases like one every month or so, it seems like. Maybe sometimes a little bit more spaced out than that. Root with the Forest Factions? Yes, I am. Yeah, Root with the Forest Factions. I want to play that really bad. I have all of the RPG books for it. Well, not all of them. I recently backed a Kickstarter for a new one. Oh, I forgot they added leaf litter. That's so cool. I recently backed a Kickstarter for a new one that I'm still waiting on to show up. I'm very excited for that. But I really, really, really want to play a one-shot of Root. I wouldn't mind playing a campaign, too, if I could. I would like to sit down if I get Root perms, like for the actual RPG book. I would like to sit down and maybe make Armus as Root characters. I think that'd be cute and fun. Like, roll up a couple characters for Armus and just determine what we would be. And I would like to deep dive into Mythic Bastionlands and just kind of talk about that, because I don't think that one would suit itself as well for, like, inserting the HOLOSTARS boys into. I mean, it could, but I think it's much more interesting to let that one be randomized, because the randomization of it is so incredibly mythic, not to put too fine a point on it. Since she says, hey, Ruze, off topic, but I wanted to say I finally just tried fresh mango after your mango crash outs, and I wanted to give my late vote. Meh. It's okay. I'm kind of with you, Cinchi. It's okay. Mango's fine. It's not something I'm... What is that? It's not something... Wow. Not something I'm necessarily seeking, but it's good. Is that a woolly pig? Are you a woolly pig? I gotta go see its face. Mango is just okay. It is not as bad as I thought, though. Wow! Man, this biome fucks. Oh, man, this is so cool. I gotta go find a swamp still, but that's so cool. I wish there was swamp pig. There should be swamp pig. They should have, like, little tusks, like little proto-warthogs. Oh, they've got different types of ducks. What are these, like, turkeys or something? What? He's got, like a little pompadour or some shit going on. Like a little comb, fucking slicked back hair. Let's go. That's so cute. They have different little legs, too. Oh, man. This biome's so cool. Now I'm jealous. I'm jealous, and I haven't even... Man. I love how high this biome is. Like, how tall up it is. How many hills there are. I love evergreen trees, too. Is that a redwood down there? Am I in a redwood right now? I might be in a redwood. Oh, so cool, man. Oh, you know what else would be cool to build in is one of those gray biomes, the gray forest biomes. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm saying? I'm sure you do. And if you don't, you're a liar. You're a liar! The Whispering Wood or whatever. Need a cabin up in the mountains? I should get a cabin up in the mountains. That'd be so cool. I have no idea where I'm going anymore. I'm completely 100% randomized at this point. I am essentially a fresh spawn again. I'm a little sad that this is as far away from the base as it is. It's not that far. Like, if I had paid attention to which direction I went and stayed, like, dedicated to going one way, I'd probably know which way it was back. Because I haven't gone that far, truly. But I didn't. So now we're just going to keep wandering through this biome until I hopefully find a swamp adjacent to it at some point. And if I don't, well, at least I get to enjoy this beautiful biome. Oh, so cool. So many mushrooms. It's a cool biome, dude. And all these old mossy stones. Ugh. Big old mossy boulders poking out of the ground. So cool, dude. Such a cool biome. And this packed dirt. And the like lack of grass because it's getting choked out by all the pine needles on the ground. And like the sun being blocked. It's just so cool. It's just so cool. What a cool biome. Is this bordered by a dark forest? Ah! So cool! Well, that's awesome, Fritz. Congratulations. I still haven't sat down and tried my hand at writing an RPG. I keep telling myself I'm going to, but at this point I think I've humbled myself by consuming a couple new ones to the point where I recognize I am so inexperienced with RPGs. I would be an arrogant fool to sit down and write my own until I've played a few more. Problem is finding groups to play with. And at this point, I'm probably willing to sit down and just play online with people, which is something I don't typically like doing nearly as much as playing in person, but I just kind of need to get the experience. But it's actually really hard to find groups to play things that aren't D&D or Pathfinder or like Call of Cthulhu or maybe Shadowrun with. Like if you're not playing like the Big Ten, it's hard to find people to play with. Like I don't know where I would even look to find people to play Root with, and I certainly don't know where I would look to find people to play Mythic Bastion lands with. Wow, there's so many fucking evergreen trees around. Like look up there, there's more. At least two before it becomes oh, that's beautiful. There's just two that like their seeds got carried on the wind across the sea, landed here, and then it turns into birch behind it. Just two from that forest over there, and then it all turns into birch. That's beautiful. Oh, never mind, there's more over here. I guess that's where they got propagated from then. Wow, look at how much there is over here. There's a village up there. Oh, is that a pine village? I gotta go check that out real quick. All right, we'll check that out and then we'll continue our hunt for the swamp. I gotta check out the pine village though. Possibly for, wait, what? What's this? Possibly Fritz. I don't know if I'm necessarily able to do that, but maybe. Is this part of the road out of the village? That's kind of cool that it extended this far. Ooh, gravel beach, gravel beach. It is, unless somebody's been here. Nope, this is part of the village, look. Wow, cool. Well, let's try to follow the roads up. Now, these pine villages tend to be really hilly, so it's probably gonna have like a lot of weird spawns with like village houses appearing underneath rocks and stuff. Also, this undercave kind of goes. It's kind of cool as hell. Leah, thank you for 5 gifted chips. Look at this. Doo-doo. So the villagers here, they wear different outfits than the regular villagers. Check this out. Look, they wear like little fur like pelts. Isn't that cool? Woolly pigs! Sorry. You got a bed in here, man? Thanks. Awesome. One of my Minecraft hobbies is take those broken villages and make them super big and pretty, fixing paths and houses and so on. That's always super fun. I think one of the fun parts of Minecraft too is building your own building within a village and becoming like sort of the de facto. Damn, this guy's got a lot of kids. Becoming like the de facto lord of that area. Like you build your manor nearby. Okay, this place is like crazy floating though. I don't think I could repair this. This would take so much time and work. This one spawned in real funky, huh? Look at this. That house. How do you even get up there? Don't worry, I'll save you. Huh. You're free. You can come back down now. This is beautiful. Hey, a fire. Cool. Hey, man, did you have to put your door on the worst possible side of this area? Nightmare. Hey, dude, are you trapped? I love the campfires. They're so cool. Great addition to Minecraft. More of that, please. More just aesthetic blocks. I need more furniture blocks in Minecraft, please, and thank you. Ow. Ow. All right, pretty small village. More like a hamlet, if you would. Just a few buildings and somebody trapped on a floating island. But, hey, what are you going to do? Oh, well, we already exited the evergreens. I'm getting very far from home. Oh, I love the fallen logs now, too. Oh, with the vines growing up. Oh, Quince Quest Discord server has non-D&D players. Ooh, I didn't even think about content creator Discord servers. Huh. Yeah, that makes sense. I could look into that. I'm starting to feel like I might be getting too far away from home. I guess the nether's a short enough path. If I build a nether gate wherever it is I'm going, I can still make it back, theoretically. I'm getting pretty far, though. Look at that perfectly square-cut cavern. That's kind of weird. Isn't it, though, Keychain? Hello! Thank you for the soup, by the way, Trekkie, and the advice. I'll have to look into that. Maybe I gotta go incognito, though. Maybe I gotta go in disguise so no VTuber watchers are like, the Crimzon Rulez? Not that I exactly, am a fucking celebrity or whatever, but still, probably better safe than sorry. I don't want somebody treating me weird or different. Ah, piss. You know what? Good ambiance. Though it does make it a little harder to see in the distance. Oh, firefly bushes! Cute! Firefly bush! Ah! I hope those spawn a lot in swamp biomes. Look at those firefly bushes out in the distance. Isn't that cute? Natural staircase. Weird. Oh, you can use shears on them, huh? How curious. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no, I thought that was a willow tree. I was like, we might be getting closer to swamp. Just a cool rounded oak. Let's keep going this direction for a moment. I think I see an old nether gate. We'll just see what we can find. Yeah, that's an old nether portal. Whoopee! Oh, is this like a sleepable storm? I should probably sleep through this. It is cozy, though. The energy, chef's keys. What are you/we doing again today? So what I am looking to do is, what's the difference between a melon and a glistening melon? That's kind of weird, huh? Oh, hello. Nice armor, brother. Ow, that was rude. That was very rude of you not to give me anything from your armor. So what I'm looking to do today is I am specifically trying to find a swamp so that I can build a nether portal in said swamp and start working towards frog lights. Now, the problem that I'm going to run into with that, is this a desert? No, it's just a beach. The problem I'm going to run into with that is that I'm far enough away from home now that it will take me some time to map my way back home, even through the nether. And then I will need to create some sort of pathway back as well. So wherever I go, what? I'm home! Hey, I circled back! Never mind. We're good. What's that sound? Is that you dragging yourself through the sand? Yes, it is. Dude. Well, that's lucky. All right, let's try not to get too far away from home. I did a big U shape and turned around, I guess. Who did all this? That is too much sugarcane. Cruising, you've been here a whole year? Oh, no. Get well soon, I guess. All right, we'll take a trip through the fields biome here and see what we can find. I'm going to travel by boat for a bit because it's comfy and I like the sound, and also because it's actually pretty fat. Is that a... I feel like that's a sign is what that is. I don't know why there's a saddled skeletal horse all the way out here, but no one's going to miss it. If it's all the way out here, someone let it go, so... Okay, so I know that I traveled through a plains biome. What is that? Fire. Oh man, something's on fire out here. Nether portal? Yeah, nether portal. Alright, we've got like a little like small forest biome. Pretty cool, pretty cool, pretty... Ooh, fire. Sorry, horse. My bad. That's on me, brother. Ooh, flint. And nothing else I want. All right, let's keep going straight. Build a fall trap at Gerard's house. Gerard doesn't have enough of a house to build a fall trap at yet. But that will be funny one day. I will get Gerard with a fall trap. It'll be great. I gotta get Octavia with one as well. Trying to keep my eyes on the distant horizon and see if I can spot willows from a distance, because if I do, that's a good chance that's a swamp. And a swamp nearby home would be such a boon. It would be so nice if I could find one not too far away. Thank you for the soup, by the way. Thank you, Lathan. Miju. 5 months, wow. Welcome, welcome. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. Some of these damn low-lying trees. Horse, I am not willing to take you across the water, I'm afraid. Hey, somebody's already been out here. Interesting. I am not willing to take you across the water, so you may roam free in these forests. Unless... Well, there's almost a land bridge over here. Okay, come on, bud. We're going to go across the land bridge. We can do that, at least. There's a nearly land bridge out this way, so we'll just do like a sort of whoop. Wait, he was kind of moving through that water. Oh, it's shallow enough to run across. Oh, I can ford that stream. Well, look at you go, little guy. Okay, okay. Horse learned to climb tree. What can horse say? Horse good at climb. Gazlan wheel, Gazlan deal. Horse almost fall in pit. Horsefine new fields biome, which is actually a good thing, because fields biome mean easy view distance. Okay, now the frightful part of this is that I find myself at a come on, bud, you can make it, yeah, is that I find myself having turned again, so I am no longer going straight away from home, which does mean I am probably lost. That's okay, figure it out. We see another village over here. We'll go take a peek real quick. That looks promising over there. Oh, a village built into a mountainside with an ancient cave nearby? Sounds like the start of a hero's quest. And a beautiful tree fenced in with some cows to give them shade. That's perfect. That's so nice of you guys. Wow. Cute little village, actually. I don't see any villagers, though. I wonder if they've all already perished. That's kind of sad to think about. I guess so. This village is empty. What is this ambient ass music? What in the Breath of the Wild's going on? Standing on a hill, just ding, 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 ding. So earlier we were talking about different RPG systems, and I totally got distracted, but yeah, I want to play a bunch of different RPG systems because I want to expand my own palette for RPGs. At this point, I know what my tastes are, obviously. I mean, who probably doesn't know what their tastes are? But I am less concerned with taste and more concerned with my mechanical ability to design compelling combat systems. Because right now, I'm very much stuck in the mindset of the D20. And I'll be honest with you, that kind of still stays. Even when I see things that seem like better combat systems, my brain still really wants to use the D20. It's not even like I want to use it because it's D&D. It's I want to use it because I like the shape of a dodecahedron, and I like that dice. And I would like to have a use for all of the dice in my repertoire, and not just use, like for example, Daggerheart is really popular right now, and it uses 2D12 system. And that's cool. But I like rolling my D20s, and I've collected D20s, and I want to use my D20s. So I definitely think it's this thing where it's like, I also like how swingy D20s are. I think a lot of people are praising Daggerheart right now, being like, well, Daggerheart's not nearly as swingy. Like, you get more, like, logical results with less variance and less chance for super highs and super lows. There's a happier medium, and I'm like, well, I don't want that. I want really high highs and really low lows. I think that's funny. I want that darkest dungeon experience. Another village, and the villagers are alive. Huh. Oh, look at that. Is this the path toward the nether portal? Am I accidentally on the path toward the nether portal? I think I am. I think we flew over this village and past that cherry blossom biome. Good afternoon. What is that? Why is that there? That seems kind of evil. Gotta be careful where we're riding here. I'm gonna stay on this high field for a moment and just see what I can see along the border of the river. We might find a low-lying swamp if we keep along the river here. Swamps are always going to be, yeah, this is definitely the path, because I remember this valley, I remember the lava fall, and I remember the village was on fire. We're on the way to the nether portal. That's kind of funny that we accidentally ended up on this path. That's kind of really funny to me. Woo! Year and a half. You better believe it, Yusfira. Let's go! Thank you for being a Ruzader. CL, thanks for 2 whole months. Dang, 2 bonks upon ye. I parry. Block, block. Ha, ha. Nice try. All right, let's sleep in the field together. Sleep, horse. Sleep, my nameless steed. Did I tell you guys, for those of you who weren't here for the resolve, I don't know if you were here for like the RPG talk, but I did roll on the table of knights, which there's 72 different types of knights you can be in Mythic Bastionlands. And the knight I got was the Violet Knight, which is so fucking cool. Such a cool concept. And it comes with a steed that you roll on a random table of, and it's a nameless steed. And my nameless steed is unnamed because the seer who knighted me told me not to name him, and it can run across the sea. Like, it is able to run across seawater, which is fucking sick. What a cool steed. And that's who this steed is. He has no name. Father Nature says, I'm so into this game called Wicked by M. Vasilak. It's a sort of co-op storytelling that uses tarot cards, huh? No DM needed. That's pretty interesting. Huh. Wicked, huh? Does it own, like, is it a rule system that requires you have a tarot deck to play it? Also, thank you for the soup. Fabula Ultima, I struggle to latch on to Fabula Ultima because I don't necessarily love their classes or the class fantasy around it. But it seems interesting. I would still try it at some point for sure. The unnamed Jesus horse? Yes, that one. I'm about to go roll a knight and make it my personality. It would be fun to do, to force the boys to roll, like, 2d6s and 2d12s and see what their knight and their myth, associated, like, combative myth would be. I ended up rolling the Gargoyle as my myth and the Violet Knight as my knight. So other notes about the Violet Knight is that they come with chainmail and reflective, like, mirror-like scale mail, which is already really fucking cool. They come with a long mace, which is basically just the mace on an end of a polearm. Kind of think like a lucerne, but more rounded, at least in the art. Though, I'm sure you can interpret it how you want. It's just a two-handed, like, long mace on a stick. So it's essentially a pole mace, which is really fucking cool. And they also come with a mirror that shows your most ideal self. It's called the Flattering Mirror, which is fucking sick. Talk about a flavorful class, right? Isn't that so cool to think about a class that's not like super like focused on combat, but just has all these cool little esoteric, very mythological feeling items. That feels like something you would read about in Greek myth. And then its only ability it comes with, its only magical ability is the ability to hold a metal object and cast a light that only it can see. So it makes a glowing object that creates light only the knight can see, as well as hummingbirds, hedgehogs, butterflies, and I believe bees can see the light. That's so goofy. Hi, Haka. What's up, Paquitos? Welcome in. How's it going? We're playing a little bit of Minecraft. I'm on my way to find a swamp. I happen to be on the path heading toward the end portal accidentally. How was your stream? What'd you get up to? Did you have fun? Were you having a good time? What were we doing? You were playing Uma Musume, right? I believe. Did you win? Did you get your favorite horse girl? Unfortunately, this path is actually a bit of a dead end because I did not see a single swamp while flying overhead on Marshmallow when we were heading this way, but I'm still gonna go check it. I'm just curious. Whoa, oh, the Gray Forest. We're close. We got Uma Pyoi. What's an Uma Pyoi? Are you playing Minecraft Uma Musume? Yes, so this is my favorite horse. She doesn't have a name because I cannot name my steed. The seer told me not to. The prophet who knighted me told me I'm not allowed to name my horse. So I've never been in the Gray Forest biome. Am I about to get absolutely fucking dunked on by some evil whispering tree? Oh, this place is cool. Ooh, it has like the sound of cracking wood. Listen. Shh. Shut up, nameless horse. What's a What's a umapyoi? Oh, it's the best win. Oh, I see. Cool. I didn't know there was an ending to that game. I thought it was just like sort of a, I don't know, an endless collectors type game, like a infinite collecting thing. Dude, the sounds out here are so cool. I like these really tall grasses or vines hanging down. Those are awesome. It's basically a roguelike. Huh. The new mob is here and I want to see it. I kind of want to see it too. What are these? Gray flowers? Cool. Oh, is this right by a jungle? Oh, that's right, because the end gate was in the jungle. I can't believe I accidentally stumbled in the direction of the end gate. So hi, Shenrei. And Hakitos. And Haka. I think the tree only aggroes you if you're cutting down trees, though. So maybe I gotta cut down one of these trees. Maybe. I don't know how it works. I don't know the mechanics of it. It's such a small biome, unfortunately. Oh, it's bordered by a dark forest, too. That's so cool, dude. Don't do this right now, sir. I don't want to have to mess you up, but I will. Ow. Are you seriously going to cook me? Rude. Hey, man. I'm going to wait to not be on fire before I climb back on you. They switched off Pathfinder 2 to Fabula Ultima. That's kind of cool. It's a nighttime only mob. Oh, scary. Then I should set a respawn bed real quick before I forget. Okay. Nighttime is coming, so I'll wait around and see if I can't spot this creature. This dubious creature. Actually, that buys me enough time that I may as well go ahead and set down a fence post and park my horse as well. There's no reason to put him at risk. Did I not bring my crafting table with me? Sure didn't. All that prep, and I didn't even bring it with me. Can you not right now? You have a deceptive little range, my friend. Get your ass back over here. All right, let's go deal with whatever this mob is, shall we? You got Magpie Knight? That's so cool. There's so many cool knights in that game. Oh, there's so many cool concepts for knights in that game. I tabbed out of the game instead of tabbing back in. I'm dumb. And there goes my horse. Well, hey, at least I got some bones, I guess. I guess I'm not getting that horse back. Hey, I guess I'm in the new wood, though. Guess I don't need the fence anymore. Ooh, that's cool. Like an ice white wood. Pretty sick. I should get my saddle, though. What am I willing to get rid of? I don't need this kill. I mean, I'm sure the tree won't mind if I take one of these trees. Since it's already... It got blown up anyway. Like, come on. He's not going to mind. I'm sure he won't mind. Ooh, I hear rustling branches. Ooh. I like that carpet, that gray carpet moss too. That's kind of cool. I kind of want that. I'm gonna get rid of some of these chicken eggs or this bone. You know what? I'll take the ground too. I'm just curious what it is. Okay, so it's called pale moss carpet and pale moss blocks. Oh, you can make pale moss carpet out of the blocks. Ooh, interesting. Dude, I love the creaking of the trees out here. Super atmospheric. I do kind of wish the music was playing a little bit more frequently, but that's okay. I think that's all of them. Is this one of those trees where there's a ton of like hidden wood at the top of the branches or something? No, okay, good. All right, well, the new mob should spawn soonish, so maybe I just wait here. Nah, we should get away from our bed, actually, just in case. Can you plant the seed? Ooh, you can plant these trees. Ooh, well, that changes things a little bit, doesn't it? Pale oak sapling, cool. Oh, it's dark. You guys can't see shit, can you? All right, I'll put down a torch for so you guys can see what's happening. Ooh, that's atmospheric. Ooh, that's atmospheric. Ah, I see some eyeballs, I think. No, those are stars. See that creaking? Actually, that is... I see you. Shit, hold on. Ooh, hello, friend. Oh, right. They heal based on the sap of the tree nearest them. Ah, okay. Interesting. So there's this tree behind me is giving them life from the sap if I tap them. So like I'll hit them and you'll see that ore in that tree is actually still healing him back from the damage he would otherwise take. So until I cut that sap down, I think he's immortal. You can hear its heart pulsing behind me. The tree's heart. So in a way, he's sort of an extension of this tree. Oh, fucking. I gotta maneuver in such a way that my enemies are facing the tree. Oh, he's still healing, okay. He's pretty fast, actually. Oh, he's putting his sap into the tree. So it doesn't matter how much I clear until I... Okay. There it is. Ooh, hello. Sorry. I gotta hit the heart, or it doesn't matter. Do I even want to destroy this? I can just keep getting resin if I let him heal. Put that back, that's my wood. Ow. Creeper. Oh man. I like that. Yeah. Oh, he just shatters. Huh. You bitch. Gotta finish what I started. I started carving out a tree. I gotta get it done. I hate floating tree. I hate. Okay, pretty cool though. I like this area. I like this area a lot. Have you seen the flowers bloom? The flowers can bloom. The gray flowers in this biome? No. I'll go look. Do they bloom at night or something? I've only seen a few of the gray flowers. I have to hunt around for a bit. Oh, hello, friend. Oh, cool. What? Hold on. No. Come on, man. I just want to get this flower. He shot you. Go get his ass. Yeah. Why are there so many of you suddenly? Ugh. Anyway, I don't have space in my inventory for the flowers, so I gotta get rid of something. I'm thinking it's gonna be... sticks. And rotten flesh. Excuse me, friend. Pardon me. Ow, dude, can you fuck off? My flower bag. Jerks. Oh, do you get some out of the flowers? Oh, it's edible. What? I'm gonna leave this resin heart because I want one of the resin hearts to survive. But I still want the resin, so I'm gonna keep tapping him. Okay, I see where it's at. It's over there. Don't do it. Don't fucking do it, dude. It was over here somewhere? Yeah. God, you'd think I'd summon a fucking army to fight. Come on, then. I like that gray carpet moss a lot. I also really want to pick up some of this. I'll need to get some shears for it, though. Really cool biome. Hopefully if I leave some of the flowers, it's the type of thing you can just bone meal later. So I'm going to leave them here. I like this a lot. This is really fun. Now, I do wonder what the purpose of it all is, though, right? So, like, why would I bother with... let's take a look at some of the crafting recipes for the flowers themselves. What are they called? They're called Open Eye Blossom. Eye Blossom. Is there a way to check whatever uses these as a crafting recipe? So orange dye, first of all, which is fine. But there's also like a soup or a food or something you can make out of them. It's not mushroom stew. Orange dye. Yeah, the lush caves are really cool. I love lush caves. I guess I could just make a bowl and see what it does. You can make a beetroot soup. Oh, here it is. Okay, so suspicious. Yo, you can just make suspicious stew out of it willingly. Huh. That's weird. Why would you want to do that, though? Like, what is the purpose of it, I guess? I'm gonna grab a bunch of this for the possibility of making some lush carpet later, or gray carpet later. I'm not gonna take too much because I don't want to cut into the biome itself a ton, but oh, I already took too much. Ah, not by a ton. It's fine. Okay. Give you good effects. Oh. I wonder if these biomes are always small in size. So there is a setting you can set when you start a server, I think, that allows you to... What does resin do for you? Don't know. There's a setting you can set that allows you to do big biomes, I think, when you first start up Minecraft. I mean, you can make blocks of resin, but, like... Okay, I guess. Ooh, I've been working through my gold clothes. I shouldn't have been doing that. All right, let's keep heading this way. We know that the Nether Fortress is right there. If you craft a block out of resin and then put that resin block back in the craft between two pale oak logs, you can create a creaking heart and then place it to spawn a creaking somewhere. Why would I want to spawn a creaking is the question. I guess just so I can get more resin. Different effects depending on if the blossom was open or closed. Ooh. Because it's cool to troll people. I mean, both very valid arguments. They are cute. They do follow you. They are really cute. Very nature spirit core. I like them. Don't get me wrong. I'm just curious about the practical effects of having one around. Now, if the effect is just, hey, they're cool and we like them, that's fine. And also, I mean, I don't want to be out at night anyway. So having one around to be there at night and punish people who are near my base at night, very funny. However, what about when we're playing multiplayer and multiple people on the server and I can't sleep at night? Then I can't even be by my base because the Creaking's going to be stalking me all over the place like a dick. There's a bee in this jungle. Also a giant pit in this jungle. Noted. Damn, how long does the jungle go on? That goes, oof, that's a bit of a distance. I guess not all the biomes are small. I could take the river path and continue on, or I could turn back and start heading home. We're pretty far out now. I can't believe I traveled this whole way. Parkour. Man, that is one giant jungle, right? It's a whittle ridiculous. But I do think I'm pretty certain that this path, if I take the river and go left, I should end up back at that village that was in the gap. So it'll take me back home if I want. I might be better off treating the rivers as highways and using those to map out where I am and where I've been. So let's see if we can get back home through this river. Thanks, Elmer Fudd. Hey, no problem, brother. Other than to farm resin, prank people or as higher muscle but positioned on the outskirts of your base toward of Gerard. It's just a silly guy. It is just a silly little guy. Okay, so we're already back by the thing. But it doesn't deposit out into the large river that has the village in it. It doesn't look like. You know what? That's fine. Okay, so we know we head toward the Whispering Wood, or the Creaking Oak area, or whatever. And then what if we just keep going this way for a bit? See what we can find. We'll border the jungle and see what we can find out this way. Thank you for the soup, Momoika. I mean, listen, I could use it to farm resin for a short time, right? Get a bunch of resin. And then once I know I have enough to keep making more Creakings, then I can use it to bully other people. Big brain time. It would be especially funny to just plant it next to someone's base when they're not paying attention. I know I could get a couple people with that. Obviously, Shinri is now immune. Shinri's out of the running for prank with Creaking. But Haka... Now, Haka's in the running for prank with Creaking. Shinri will see it as a friend. I mean, I get it. It's cute. Listen, Shinri and I have differing tastes. Shinri's all about those weird, like, bottom of the well ghosts or whatever. That's not my thing. But cool tree spirits, I get it. Those are cute. Damn. Still nothing as far as swamps go. That is a very large birch forest. And over there, I see a single standing oak, but no willow trees. Man, talk about bad luck on swamps today. Yeah, I would name a Creaking, but I think if I named a Creaking, it would just die. So there's no point in like name tagging them since they go away during the day. Unless it would get its name back when it came back at night. That'd be kind of cool. Has anybody experimented with that? It'd be cool to have a named Creaking near my base. Why would you even name it? Because they're cute. Sometimes you gotta make the swamps you want to see in the world. Hey, listen, frogs don't spawn in player-made swamps. The server is not modded, no. Well, minus the voice mod, which allows us to have VoIP, which is pretty cool. I like it. It is, in fact, human nature to befriend any creature. And then right behind the nature we have where we are driven to befriend any creature, we immediately figure out how to exploit it for our own gain. Ah, humanity. Never get better. Well, I would prank Axel, but Axel will never be on Minecraft ever again. So he's done his one allotted Minecraft stream for the next 40 years or so. Where are you? I'm a little bit partial towards these like long open grasslands with big pools of water type biomes too. I like these a lot. Oh, that's cool. It deposits. I thought it was going to be like a huge ravine, but it actually just deposits into a cute little lake. So that is some deep water down there. Dang. That's kind of cool. Wow, a sandstone too. That's kind of weird. Huh. How odd. No! Oh, that music scared me. I have music on the highest frequency, and it took that long for any music to kick in. That's crazy. Minecraft, you gotta get that together. That's embarrassing. Listen, underwater houses go hard. I don't blame you. I made an underwater house out of glass once. It was annoying. It took a long time. I made it at the bottom of a lake. I ever tell you guys about the, is that a bigger creaking biome? Ooh. Cool. Wow. Cool. Wow. That eats up that entire upper hill. Wow, a big gray forest on the hill. That's awesome looking. Welcome to Ashvale. You remember our house, venerable house, standing opulent and imperial. Sorry, opulent and imperial, standing proudly above the moor. That's what it was. But anyway, did I ever tell you guys about the one and only time I ever played on a public, well, I say public, I think it was technically a private server, but I played on a multiplayer Minecraft server as a kid. when I first got internet and I did not have a PC that could run anything but Minecraft, and this is not like hardcore. Oh, the music dies when you enter the Creaking. That's cool. This was not like a really updated Minecraft, so it didn't have like a lot of things on it, and I didn't have any like shader mods or anything like that or visual mods. I was just bored, and it was summer, and I had just gotten internet finally because we were broke little fuckers who couldn't get internet, and I didn't have any other games, and my PC couldn't run basically anything other than Minecraft. So I was like, I want to play a multiplayer game, but I can't run anything. I can't like play, I don't know, like WoW or Final Fantasy 14 or whatever. So I ended up searching for a Minecraft server, and I found one that was like simulated. They were like trying to simulate societies or whatever. So they had like trade rules and stuff like that. If you die, you stay dead stuff. And I thought to myself, well, I want to be like somebody who gathers a bunch of iron, and I'll trade those to people. So what I did was, as soon as I spawned, I ended up forming a group with some people. And we ended up parking it in the desert, and we built these big sandstone walls, and we were doing like this big mining process, and we ended up finding our first diamonds on the server, and we were super excited. And it was like 2 other randoms, I think, and they just needed another person to play with them, so I ended up playing with them. Holy moly, there's another one over there. And this is all dark forest. I would build here in a heartbeat. This is so cool. I'm still set on finding frogs, so I will not be swayed. But this is cool as hell. I love that this is like dark forest lowlands with like a pool of water down there, and this ominous gray forest on the crests of the mountains as if they've been sunburnt from being too high up. So cool. Anyway, so me and these 2 randoms, we build in this desert. We build these big sandstone walls around our base. We build them like 4 or 5 blocks high, and they had like land claim mods, so you couldn't like build where somebody else had built within a certain radius. So we built it so that people couldn't build stacks to get over our walls, right? So they'd have to bring TNT to try and blow the walls up. It was the only way they were going to get in. And there was like a ton of clear desert land around us that would make it really hard to get close to us. But unfortunately, some people broke the rules of the server. You're not supposed to do this, but somebody asked to join our group, and then went and robbed our diamonds out of our chest, built diamond armor, and came out and killed us over and over again, and then destroyed our beds, which was super not cool. But because it was permadeath, they hadn't been reported, and no mods were on at the time, so I ended up escaping the battle barely with like 2 HP, and I got away from them with just a bunch of iron and some other stuff, and I ended up traveling a long, long distance away from spawn. My confidence and my trust in the server shattered. So I traveled for a long while, and eventually, that's a cool looking tree out there. I'm going to go that way. Eventually, I ended up finding a lake, and I just sailed across the lake for a minute on a boat, and I ended up finding there was something glowing underneath me, like a hole. So out of, I think, vague boredom and out of curiosity, I ended up diving all the way to the bottom of this lake, and I made it to the bottom with like 1 breath left. And I get down there. And Discount Dune, basically. I got down to the bottom of the lake, and I came out at a mine shaft. It turns out the hole I saw was like a mine shaft area. And it's early on in the Minecraft mine shaft updates, I think, something like that. I'm trying to remember this because it's been a while. And I ended up building down there. I like blocked off a section of the mine shaft with some cobblestone, and then eventually with cooked stone to hide my home. So the only way to get to my house was to dive and to go super far away from server spawn, dive to the bottom of a lake toward one singular point of light, have 1 breath left, just enough room for 1 breath, and then you would come out near a mine shaft, and then I travel a certain amount of distance down the mine shaft, which I had marked with torches, to a hidden wall that you could only find through a lever I had in a really rudimentary little redstone mechanism. That was a corner of the mine shaft where I had started digging out iron. Turns out nobody on the server needed iron, but what everybody always needed and did not want to farm was coal. So my major export was coal, and I would make these like large trips where I would gather like stacks and stacks and stacks of coal, and then I would travel all the way back up to the top of the lake and all the way near the middle area where the starter town was, and I would trade coal to people for, you know, different resources. So that's pretty cool. But I ended up being a hermit who lived at the bottom of a lake in a mine shaft. And that is my only memory of playing on multiplayer Minecraft servers. After my 2 teammates died. Dark forest as far as the eye can see. I like the dark forest biome a lot. I think it's super fucking cool. Even though it spawns a lot of mobs, I think it's cool enough to justify it. But I will not succumb to my base urges. I will not stop at the dark forest. I will not stop at the gray forest. I will continue on until I find a swamp. Ooh, very cool. I am also a sucker for swamps, and I'm not gonna lie, part of this is motivated by me trying to get a resource that is annoying to get for others. Part of this is motivated by me liking swamps. Understandable, Schlin. I don't remember the first time I played Minecraft. I wish I remembered. I know that my first ever base was in the side of a mountain, like in solo Minecraft when I first played it as like a little baby or whatever. I built a base on the side of a mountain, and I thought I was so clever, and I didn't know how to do redstone, so I just plugged it up with dirt in such a way that it seemed believable because there was already some dirt like naturally spawning there. So I would just go like break 2 dirt blocks, run into my base, put the 2 dirt blocks back. And I don't even know why I did this. It was solo Minecraft. I had nothing to fear. There was no like players to strike out against me and try to take my shit. I think I just did it because I don't know. I thought it looked cool or felt cool. But yeah, it was very dwarf core. Very dwarf core at the time. And for the longest time, that was the only way I built bases in Minecraft. Like, I never even thought to put down, like, stone to ground and build myself a base. Like, my brain always went to, what can I hollow out and make a base out of that when I was initially playing Minecraft? It was very Dwarf Fortress of me. Not that I had ever played Dwarf Fortress or heard of it at the time, but in retrospect, I was behaving like a Dwarf Fortress character. Holy shit. Yep, I'm sharing. Okay, hold on. I gotta fix my... No! We got an Italian ghost in my captions. Okay, I hopefully that'll fix it. Okay, got possessed. Check that one off the bingo. It's not on the bingo, but check it off anyway. Check it. Got Italian possessed. Oh, that's pretty. Look at those big old oak trees out there. Nice. I don't know how far I am from home anymore. I'm completely lost. Well and truly lost. Though I think I am making a very large, very wide view. Ruze just got back from having a crawfish boil and trying catfish for the first time. It's pretty nice. Also, ew, a year and a half of this nerd? God, I didn't miss you all your way. Yeah, that'd be really embarrassing if you missed me all the way. Ugh. Yikes, Thorn. Anyway, thanks for a year and a half being an actual or whatever. Also, I find catfish very mid. I grew up eating a lot of catfish, so I find it kind of, it tastes, for lack of a better term, dirty. And I don't mean dirty like yucky, like it's unclean dirty. Like it tastes kind of a little bit like dirt water. And part of that is because river fish just kind of have that flavor to them, because they're in a lot of silty water. But yeah, catfish to me tastes kind of like, just like, it has the vague hint of like dirt taste. It's got a very earthy taste, yes. And that's fine. I think catfish is okay. It's unique. It has an interesting flavor, and I would recommend trying it once or twice. It is definitely, it does not hold a single solitary candle to like salmon. You know what I tried recently? Not recently, but I tried, God damn it, I can't remember what it was. I tried a type of fish. It's not like, I forget what the name is. I went to the place where I usually get sushi and bibimbap, and they also sell this type of like fish that you can get a lot in Zenokuni. I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's like, it's just like the whole side of the fish, and they just cook it on like a grill or whatever. It's really crispy, and the skin's really good. It's like got this like, it's like a white fish. Like it's not like red meat fish like salmon. It's like a white fish, and I'm trying to remember the name of it. It was pretty good, actually. I liked it a lot. You got to pick at the bones a bit, which is annoying, but it's very tasty. It might have been yellowfin. It might have been mahi-mahi. Mackerel. I think it might have been mackerel, maybe. My wife summoned me here to flame you for the catfish comment. I mean, I'm right, Dotifo. Anybody who's eaten catfish knows that I'm right. Catfish tastes a little bit like dirt. I'm not saying that's even a bad thing. It's just not my favorite. I grew up on too much catfish. Yakisaba? Maybe. Chaser is trying to sell you a puppet. No, I'm not buying. I'm not buying, Leah. I don't care. Sorry, enjoy Valencia. It's not my fault that you got boned in old Valencia or whatever. Chaser. That's your business. Oh, I love the fallen logs in forest now. It makes me want to be in a birch forest. I'm not going to, but it makes me want to stop. Oh, Everqueen's my beloved. Everqueen's my beloved. You think the Italian ghost might be a nerd too? I don't believe you. Not for one single solitary second. Oh my god, the Italian ghost is back! Wait, hold on. They did say interfacia. Interfacione. Oh, they're saying the captions have errors, I believe. Errori. Questo Villaggio. Not canon! Uh-oh. Yep, that's a nerd. I've got another nerd. I've got a nerd in Italian. Nerd, but in Italian. How do I say hello in Italian? Whoa! There's woolly cows! What? He's got little horns! That's so cute. Okay, how do I say hello? My name is Crimzon Rulez in Italian. Holy shit! Monstro! Monstro kill. Hey, thanks for the 10 gifted chips, by the way. Ciao, mi chiamo Crimzon Rulez. Oh, mi chiamo. Ciao, mi chiamo Crimzon Rulez. CRIMZON space RUZE. All right, now we wait. I've planted the seed. Chicken. Let them yap, brother. Let them live. They want to talk about the village and how it's not canon. Honestly, I don't know what they're saying. Maybe I should just tab out of that. I'll try to reload again just in case. Probably better safe than sorry, since I cannot screen the words for something awful. Ah! It's still there! Aw, man. Questo momento. I want a questo momento as well. Uno momento, por favor. Wrong language, but, you know. The gravity of the situation didn't what? I tried to see how much of this I could parse without knowing Italian. Hold on. The machine photograph? Oh, does the machine photograph things? I'm sure it does, yeah. Buongiorno. Huh? Madonna? What? I'm like staring at my OBS now, reading what they're saying. What are you cursing for? +1? Alright, that dude's playing D&D. That dude's like, I've got a +1 sword of fuck you. We really did find another nerd. Only nerds use this. You can try to reset the captions, brother, but I already gave it a shot and it didn't work. Good luck. Oh! Actually. Oh! All right, let's do a bit of organizing, shall we? I see. Okay, now wait a minute. Oh, it can only hold 3 items. Still very cool. Okay, I'm beginning to see the benefit of that item. How curious. So if you have a lot of non-stackable items, suddenly that's very useful. Oh, they have a little village market here. Buddy, if I had raw chicken, it would be over for you. I'd have so many emeralds right now. A kitty. You remind me of Pollux. I must not collect you until I find a swamp, though. I will leave you as you are. You will go undisturbed. For now. Are they speaking in Italian? They are. Yeah, they are. Hey, this is my bed. Get out of here. So, about putting possessed by something in your... Oh, it was a smooth stone. I fucking fell for the old Gerard tech. The same way he fell for it. I thought that was free iron. Why are you in there? Why is there a horse in there? Why is there a giant cave? You guys have an evil cavern beneath your village, and somebody guards it? You have a cavern guardian? Oh, your village is cool. What? Alchemy stand. We just came to a village. Didn't even have to go to the nether. Not asking if the ghost is single, no. You just gotta stop flirting with random ghosts. Cool, man. We are the 3 watchers of the cavern. The word warlock popped up. These guys are playing D&D hands down. They're saying +1. They can't be talking about like WoW or something. I kind of wish, you know what? I'm gonna say it. I kind of wish D&D warlocks had a little more warlock flavor to them. They don't feel like cult enough to me. They just feel really charming. I want to be a little fucked up and evil, you know? They're just sugar babies. I feel like Warlock should 100% be a low charisma, high intelligence class. And I feel like this because I feel like they should be bad at detecting bad deals. You know, like book smart, hence seeking out a demon or something. But like, not the wisest, if that makes sense. So maybe low wisdom, high int. Because they just got tricked by a demon or a Cthulhu monster or an angel or whatever. One day the ghost will respond to you. I don't think that's happening, Shrimp. But hey, you know what? I'll take your vote of confidence. Man, there are no swamps around our base. That is like the one biome I cannot find. That's so sad. I found a lot of evergreens, which is really cool. At this point, though, I'm so far away, I have no idea how I'd find out where I was in the nether. Bummer. Woolly cows! God, this biome is so cool. Did anyone find the caption ghost? I don't think we're finding this one. It's all right. I'm not super like bummed that I haven't found a forest yet, or a swamp yet. The search is half the fun after all. If I could find it immediately, it'd be a pretty short run, huh? My DM lets me play an Int Warlock multi-class with my Arcane Trickster Rogue. It's pretty neat. That is pretty neat. Yeah, I feel like Warlock, first of all, D&D has way too many charisma classes. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of, listen, stop pandering to the theater kids. We get it. Everybody's super charming, whatever. But also, I feel like D&D's, like, insistence that charisma be the best stat is just a little frustrating. I know dexterity is technically the best stat, but let's be honest. In most modern games, charisma is the best stat, and people use it as an excuse not to roleplay, and that could drive me a little insane. I always hang out in every single VTuber and HoloLive stream whenever I feel sleepy. Every one of them? Man, that must be crazy at EEST primetime. You must be, like, fucking getting the most insane audio jungle. Did I circle back around to that village? I think that is the village with the white cats in it. Yeah, I've circled back around. That's okay. I'm going to boat aimlessly around until I find a swamp. I've given up on actually having a direction to go in. I'm just going. I'm on the roleplay side over crunch, so I'm like, why are we not roleplaying? I like both, and I think both is the right way to balance most TTRPGs. But heavy butt. I find most groups lean way too hard toward one direction or the other. I feel like the old guard of TTRPGs leans way too hard into crunch and kind of almost entirely ignores roleplay. And I feel like the new age greenhorn TTRPG players are a little too emphasize the roleplay over literally everything else. And I'm like, well, we're still playing a game here, and I like the game side of things. I like crunching numbers. I like knowing what I'm doing. I like finding builds and using that to flavor my roleplay. And a de-emphasis on either is bothersome to me, which is probably why I can't stick with any DM. Try not to spend too much time at the PC, but I watch Ruze the most. Listen, watching me isn't like being at the PC. It's more like feeding your brain. I'm different, okay? I'm built different. It's okay to listen. Cut back on PC time. That's good for you. Good for you. That's healthy. You know, cut back on PC time. Maybe cut back on short form content. Try to intake things that are going to stimulate your brain in a healthy way. That's me. You could tell because I said la boo boo in the stream. I'm built different. I'm built better. I'm all right. Watch what I do. I have no fucking clue where I am. I don't even know where the Grey Forest is anymore. I've just been walking. And we're back at another evergreen. Let's go! Wow, the evergreens have fallen trees too? Really is a really cool biome. Hey man, what's up? Your village nearby here? Oh, an evergreen village. These villages are always so cool looking. I love their little long troughs. Hey man, what's up? Wheat for emeralds, huh? I wish I would have brought my hay bales. They like their potatoes and ferns. I love walking in a stream and Ruze is just lost. I'm not lost. Much. Dude, hold on. I'm going to try to refresh the captions again and see if that fixes this. And if that doesn't fix it, I have another idea. Hold on. I'm going to close that. Okay, let's try this. And then... Let me refresh the source and see if that fixes it a little bit. No! Okay, nothing's fixing it. Ah! Okay, no captions for a little bit, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how to fix this at this point. Annoying, but it is what it is. I'm sorry, my Italian friend. You seem like a cool nerd, but I cannot risk you saying some stuff. Happy year and a half, Birdie. The roleplay in my most recent session very nearly caused the end of the campaign when two of the players decided to vote out the third because it's what their character would do. Oh boy. Oh boy. Are you the DM? Oh yeah, I forgot these guys sometimes have armorers who stack armor outside, which is a really cool way to get early iron. They like have an open air blacksmith in these villages. I am the DM. I stepped in and made them do something else. Correct move. However, how have your players never seen any video making fun of the "it's what my character would do" guys? Send them a video and be like, "This is you." They had to learn somehow. True. Yeah, I think a lot of new players, myself included, honestly, I've made this mistake before, have a habit of making characters that do not facilitate group play. I am leaning more and more, as I learn more about RPGs, I'm starting to lean more and more toward the idea of RPGs that kind of force you to be a group in some way. Like, I like the super creative freedom of being able to just be whatever you want to be, and like there's no restrictions and it's literally just up to your imagination. But 9 times out of 10 players, and this isn't their fault necessarily because they don't know any better, they haven't been told not to do this, they don't understand the ramifications, but 9 times out of 10 new players will make a character that does not function well in a group and has no motivation to stay with that group. And then they are surprised when people are like, "Hey man, that kind of sucks." And they're like, well, you know, I thought I could do anything I wanted in this game. It's like, well, yeah, you can, but like you understand that the natural causation of doing whatever you want is going to end with the group abandoning you, essentially. Or you abandoning the group. And either way, your character is essentially dying if you do that. Go! Dude. You guys didn't know there was goat mobs, did you? Oh, mules or donkeys or whatever. Yeah, a PvP duel is fine. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying don't make combative characters. I'm not saying don't make characters that don't agree with each other occasionally or don't argue with each other. But you need a common goal. And if you don't have a common goal, then you need a character that has a reason to stick around, right? And unfortunately, even loose reasoning sometimes just really isn't going to cut it, right? Because like some people are like, oh, well, they're sticking around because they think the group is useful toward their goal. And like that can sometimes work, but it is such a loose reasoning that there is definitely there's almost always going to be some conflict or some disagreement that can get to a point where it feels like, I don't think they'd stick around after that. Goat mention tax. Wow, thanks, Wilsuri. I gotta mention more goats from now on, and I gotta go more often. It's time to pay your taxes. Like, I think conflict is good. Honestly, I think having a group that is kind of forced to stay together can make even more interesting groups, because then you can have really serious like conflict, like actual genuine like core level disagreements between your characters, but your characters still have to stick together, and that's kind of cool. Leave me alone, tax man. right? So, like, for example, and this is just because this is my current thought process and what I'm currently interested in wow. What did I fucking wander to the far north? Look at these ice pillars. Wow. In Mythic, Bastion lands, your characters are all bound together, A, because they're Knights of the Realm, and they're sworn an oath to be bound together to a degree. And B, because their seers insist that the knights wander together, the seers that knighted them. So they're the people who give them the power to be knights and give them the authority to be, you know, the pseudo-nobility that is knighthood. Also demands that they work together. And besides this, they're united by all simultaneously wanting the glory to be worthy of the quest for the city, which they all have a shared vision of. So despite like any disagreements your knights might have about methodology or morality or goals, you are all bound by the concept that you are kind of told by higher powers that you have to work together and you can't really abandon each other. And on top of that, you are bound by the constant looming pressure of the unstoppable horrors that are plaguing the realm and are getting worse every day. There's no waiting for it to happen. That you have a natural baked-in narrative like, things are gonna happen, so you better get shit done. And that's cool. I desperately want to play the Night TTRPG as well. I want to play it real bad. I don't even want to DM it. I want to play it. But I mean, I'll DM it too. At some point. I want the mystery though. I don't want to like deep dive into it. I don't want to get super into like reading all the knights or reading all the myths. I want to be surprised when I play it. But it seems really cool. Yeah, you're bound by honor. No matter what your knight thinks, no matter what their morality is, they have a system or a code of honor that they do obey. And the honor isn't necessarily always about being honorable. It's about glory. It's about prestige and renown to a degree. And that's kind of fucking cool. I hope you find some people to try it with. I almost certainly will not. But a man can dream. A man can dream. Thorn, I'm serious. Take a look at it. The combat system is deceptively, like, in-depth, but also very simple. Like, the rules are very simplistic in their delivery. It's very short. It only has 16 short pages of rules, but the way that they encompass the combat in general, it's not 16 pages of combat. Like, that is all the rules in the game is 16 pages of rules. That's how quickly they squeeze in the rules. And it's not like it's just like, oh, well, it's rules light. No, like, they've got rules for, like, group warfare. They've got rules for being, like, kings and leaders of men. They've got rules for forming war bands or becoming the leaders of towns. They've got rules baked in for, like, siege warfare and weaponry against like buildings and walls. They've got rules for one-on-one duels and big like monster fights, and all of this is baked into 16 short pages somehow. And the combat itself is deceptively in depth, but I will say this from the review I watched and from my own notes, definitely from what I've seen from reading the rules themselves, it is harder to balance it around a group because the more people you have, the more powerful you are. So the more players you have, the harder it is to truly find a natural balance. The game seems to be at its strongest in one-on-one duels between you and enemy knights. Or if you are at a disadvantage and have to fight around that. Omakikes, thank you for being a Ruzader. Do I have any more coal? I don't, but I have a slot for it if I want to. Nah. Mochi! Monthly appreciation. Hope you had a good break, Ruze. I missed the result, but I hope it was restful. I also hope the Ruzaders are doing well. I miss the cozy tomfoolery of this community. Cozy? These losers? I think not. No, I'm just kidding. You might be insufferable stinkmeisters. Yeah, that's what I'm going to say, stinkmeisters. But I guess you're pretty cozy most of the time, you little freaks. Thank you for Thank you for 14 months of being an asshole. Ah! My legs! Oh no, I'm back in the snow. The snow kind of creates an impassable wall for me. I fear crossing it for the packed snow. Though I guess as long as I'm walking on top of snow that has layers on top of it, I can guarantee it's not packed. So that's one workaround. It's harder when you're going downhill to tell what packed snow is and isn't. Yeah, we're cozy and cute, but we're not stinky. Uh-huh, sure. Okay, guys, I'm sure. Definitely not stinky. Wink, 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 wink. Yeah, the Ruzeators, they smell fine. I get it. I see what we're doing here. We're lying. Okay, got it. No problem. Don't worry, guys. I'm a master of subtlety. I won't tell anybody you stink. Okay, Mr. Armpit. Damn, you're really obsessed with armpits. Why do you keep talking about armpits today? You started the stream off talking about armpits, and now this? You guys' fetish is going too far. You guys gotta stop talking about armpits, you little weirdos. Ooh, I'm playing a dangerous game. Ooh, I'm playing a dangerous game. Watch out for packed snow. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Careful, SpongeBob. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. Hey, what is this light right here? What the hell? Oh, it's the last rays of sun. Oh, before it fades away. Gone from my world forever. Pitched back into the bleak gray of reality. Tragic. I think it's called powder snow, by the way. The sinking snow. I really should not have come all the way up here. But we're here now. Oh no. Oh no, we're in the frozen north. It only gets worse from here. That's definitely a sinking pit right there. Watch for the pits. There's a slightly different color to it too, you'll notice. That scared me. Ooh, water. That's a safe way down. Ah! Time to say the catchphrase. Say the thing, Ruze. Say the thing. My legs. Wow, cool cave, dude. Look at all those stalagmites. That's cool. Ooh, free helmet. Ooh, free boots even. Can I have those boots back? Thanks, man. I don't know if I'm willing to get rid of any of this. I guess I can get rid of the cobblestone. I can always find more stone later. Never mind. Want stone back. Oh Lord, thy jumpers. Ow! Whoa. Cool dripstone. Oh, man. Caves update did some damn good for this game. It did some damn good for this game. Where am I? I might have to head home. I've already been wandering for like an hour and a half. Almost 2 hours even. I've got nothing done but wandering, which has been cool. It's been interesting, but I need to find the swamp, man. Where's my swamp? Where's my swamp? How am I gonna have my meal without my swamp? You forgot my swamp? Not bought max in a day. I'm gonna. I forgot Ruze is Shrek. Oh, well, I forgot you're a Ruzator. How do you like that? How do you feel about that? Huh? How are you gonna forget me? How are you gonna forget me? You hate me. Stay out of my swamp. You're not welcome in my swamp. You guys ever... Never mind. I shouldn't say that. No, I'm gonna say it anyway. You guys ever itch yourself with your teeth? When you don't have, like, when you've got one hand on the keyboard, you know, you're busy playing your game, and you're like, damn, my arm itches. No, yeah. Oh, okay. Just me then? Fair, fair. What, do I only get music if I enter the plains? But wow. Look at those waterfalls cascading down. Wow, and there's a big cave down there? That's so cool. Just want to peek into the cavern. That's pretty aesthetic in there. That's pretty cool. Wow. This is 100% somewhere where I would build like a castle out in a field type of deal, like a sort of Hyrule castle type vibe. 1,000,000%. That would be so cool. So cool. Ruze, I know you had plans, but hear me out. Listen, I get it, but I can't be distracted. It's the same as like, first of all, I would just be building far away from the boys and for no purpose. I gotta find this swamp. I gotta find a swamp. Maybe I come back. These mountains are beautiful though. That's nuts. I kind of want to live next to a mountain one day, I think. Maybe on a mountain. I've only been to the mountains once. No, twice in my life. And man, mountains are just so beautiful. There's something about them. Ruze, the coordinates, please! Okay, I'll go get the coordinates. I'll go get the coordinates, but only if you promise to write them in the comment section for me. Holy shit, I didn't even notice how big this cavern was on the side. Wow. Oh, cool. It just punctures a hole in the earth. I'd call that like the thrust. That's a cool name for a spear hole. The gods speared the earth here. Maybe the pierce, that'd be cool. The wound. What? Thrust is not good? The internet has, oh my god, you guys are little... Man, you can't say fucking nothing in this house, you little fucking freaks. You're all brain rotted to hell. No, we're not gooning for good on this one. No. All right, get ready. Comment the chords. Boop, it's up there. X negative 6,582. Y is 93. The Z is 1,072. Boom. I guess I could go around this way. I didn't see a swamp that way. Maybe travel around the east side of the, or the, you know, the right side of the mountains. We hook a big right because it looked like I wasn't finding any swamps the other way, and this way at least is unexplored. So let's hook around the right side of the mountain, see what we can find. What the fuck is WPM? Y'all need better WPM? I'm sorry, what? Words per minute in what context? Oh, witches per minute. Oh, true. Y'all need better whoop 'em. My dad, that one time that me and my older sister threw a toy helicopter through a window. Whoop 'em. It's good thing I thought I was overkill on the amount of food I brought. Nope, I was right. Is there a mountain pass? There's a path between the mountains. Ooh, wait a minute. All right, listen, we're going for aesthetics at this point. If I can't have my swamp, I'll go for aesthetics. Ooh. We must make for the Gap of Rohan! We could call that cool spear thrust into the earth the Gap. But then people are going to be like, do you sell jeans here? No. Wee! Wee-ha! The puncture's not bad. The bleed. Okay. I'm gonna find the swamp if it kills me. And by I say this swamp, like there is one to be found, I'm going to find a swamp if it kills me. There's so many mountains out here. Am I in a forest in the middle of 3 mountains after I went through that gap? I think I am. I think I'm in like some forested valley in between 3 mountains. Are we there yet? Yep. I am. I'm in some forested valley. Huh. Cool. It's gonna take me forever to find where we are in the nether. Ugh. Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. I guess I could always have Haka fly to me and pick me up or something when we're on at the same time, though. Or I could get my own ghast. One to rival Marshmallow. Can you believe greedy little Haka stole the second ghast while we were in the nether? You sly dog. You already had a ghast and you snatched up another one and didn't tell nobody? You little guy. Holy shit. Oh. Oh, beans! Now how am I gonna cross this? Aww. What the hell? Why are there so many rifts out here? What is this? What the hell? Oh, man. The Torn Lands. The Sunderlands. Listen, I love you, you big old evergreen bastards. But I would love to see a different biome at this point. I was so excited when I saw my first fucking redwood or whatever in this, but I'm like, damn, half our server's redwoods at this point. You've taken to great googly moogly. I like, oh, good heavens. Make you motion sick. I love boats. I wish I knew a shanty. I've got you. Oh, there once was a Ruze that. That's it. That's the whole shanty. Oh, there once was a Ruze that. Wise words. Wise words. Wow, cool. Gravel beach. Love that. I need to get a netherite. Is it netherite? I think it's called. I need to get a netherite axe. That'd be so cool. I never had a netherite tool though. Ooh, grasslands. Those are easy to explore. Looks like we've come away from the mountains, tragically. So, no swamps by the mountains, which is a bit of a bummer, because it would have been cool to have a swamp next to a mountain. No, I know it doesn't make sense, but it would be cool. I'm on my way. Oh, man, I'm gonna find it. I will do it. So help me. I don't have time to stop for treasure. My inventory is full and my heart is empty. I must find a swamp. Cool forest. I like that. Yeah, that's a cool forest. God tier voice acting? That's my secret cap. I need to make a voice reel one of these days. I don't know why, but lately, like, my go-to voice has been the fucking, like, old school Heimerdinger voice. Like the, indeed, a wise choice. Order and entropy. A never-ending cycle. I don't know what that's about, or why that's been popping up in me. Maybe I need, like, some scientific mentor figure in my life, and my brain's trying to subconsciously tell me that. Was there a game that made you do that? No, not really. Just kind of started doing that for no reason. I mean, I've always like done stupid league quotes from when I used to play League of Legends, which it has been a hot minute since then. But I don't know. I guess it never really quite left me. I still fucking, every time I see a map, the temptation to be like, who needs a map is incredible. This belongs in a museum. Wait a minute. These all belong in a museum. Or much. How about a magic trick? I guess I did kind of use the Heimerdinger voice for the professor in Grounded, yeah. Mix, swirl, mix. My brain's got like a million league quotes hiding in there. Change is good. Can you do Warwick? Yeah. It's only fun if they run. Hey, a village on the hill. Cool. I'm gonna stay out on the outer beach, though. I think I'm more likely to find swamp near water. I also like the fucking Twitch voice. Here's something that won't wash off. From the sewers comes ugly death. I was hiding. The hell is that? You see that? All right, listen. I'll landlock for that one. I'll hit landfall. Like an old nether portal? Too tall. The fuck is that? Maybe it's a nether portal that spawned above ground a bit, so it's like hovering. It's like hanging in the air. Yup. Oh, it's a massive nether. What? That's cool. I didn't know they could spawn that big. That's cool. Not Minecraft kind of just like insulting the player base, by the way, and being like, hey man, build better nether portals. Yours suck. Ours are cool. You know what? They're right. Theirs are cool. What's a lodestone? Is that good? I should probably take that, huh? I think I'm going to take that. I don't know what it does, but I should probably take it. Oh, chickens, my beloved. I want to bring you with me, but I'm afraid to. I guess I could leave the leaf litter and I'll take the lodestone and then I'll leave. I don't really need the. Yeah, that's probably a little better. Sleep by the nether portal. What could go wrong? Oh, that's cool. What? You can connect compass. Lodestones can be right-clicked with a compass and it'll lead you to the block. Crazy, Lunar Man. I didn't know that. Good to know. I had a little heart attack there, man. I felt the A little pang in my heart. I 100% thought I fell in that lava. Okay, big field biome. That's big. That's good. Just help me look around a bit. And nearby coastlines. Trees near the waterline. That could be a good sign. Let's get over there. Could be nothing, but it could be a good sign. Ah, it's just one tree. Never mind. Oh well. Lava. Crimzon. Ooh, lava crimson. For one beautiful moment, he was cooked. True. Yow! The fuck is a Newfie Diesel? What are you saying to me? Oh. Hey, we found a Sakura biome. Cherry blossoms.
You know, actually, I bet you guys didn't know this, but the cherry blossom season in
Sorry. Sorry. It's kind of pretty. That's right by that mountain. I like that. Don't love the ominous lava pit in the middle of it, but the lava pit adds character. Oh, okay. My bad. I didn't know. My bad. I wasn't aware. Okay, there's more redwoods out there, but hey, I like this little shield area. That's kind of cool. I believe, if I'm correct, a shield is a biome of naturally spawning like smaller island chains, essentially near like coves, and it's called that because it kind of shields the land from like waves and stuff. They're not like big islands though, and they're not like livable typically. Like we're not talking like Zenokuni big or like Hawaii big, but you know, like small broken island chains like that, like sort of like an archipelago, yeah. At least I think that's what they are. I could be wrong. More new knowledge. I'm a sucker for new knowledge, dude. I'm a sucker for new knowledge.
I eat it up. Yum. New knowledge.
I've got no idea where I'm at or how to get home, but I'm here now, and I'm searching for a swamp, and I'm gonna find a swamp. There's nothing that can stop me from finding my swamp. They've got fireflies on that shield there. Rock on, my swamp man. That's me. I am your swamp man. One day you're gonna hear some random dude fucking singing the worst tunes to himself in a bog, and you're gonna be like, "What the fuck is going on in there?" And I'll be like, "Woolly pig!" It's the Finding of the Swamp song. It's the song of the summer. Exactly, Spaced Out Pup. Exactly. The song of the summer, everybody. Come on. It's Finding the Swamp song, which nothing says summer like finding your own swamp. Am I right? This summer, starring Brian David Gilbert as Brandon Sanderson. With the voice talents of Crimzon Rulez as yup. Not gonna lie, the bit was that I was gonna think of a mute character, and it'd be funny because mute characters don't talk, and they would hire a voice actor to voice somebody who doesn't even have any lines. But A, I'm not a voice actor. B, I couldn't think of a mute character fast enough. I almost said Link, but then I was like, oh, they're gonna be like, oh wow, Link has a voice in this one. You're the voice of Link. You really think pretty highly of yourself, huh? And I'm like, no. The point is that it's a mute character. That was the joke. So I had an entire conversation and argument with you guys in my head in about the 3 seconds of silence that I left there. Just so you know. That's how fast my brain be moving during conversations. I be debating and like cost-benefit analyzing and cause and effecting in my mind long before I say words. Unless I let myself just yap with no thoughts, head empty. And I do love doing that. I love doing that. But then you guys end up obsessed with armpits, so I can't do it too often. Hayden! Thank you for 13 months. Ha! Oh yeah, you're gonna try and grab me? Block, dodge, parry, block, dodge. Oh, dude, I crashed that hill and saw a mushroom. I was like, swap! No, psych. I was very excited for a second. You know what, though? That's the most promising biome I've seen for a minute. Let's go that way. My favorite thing to do in Minecraft is just wander around, so it's been great to watch during work. Well, good luck with the swamp search. Thank you, BT. And thanks for a year and a half of being an Axel. I also love wandering in Minecraft often if I ever hop on like servers with acquaintances, because I don't have any friends, obviously, just enemies and acquaintances. If I ever hop on servers with acquaintances, the very, very first thing I do is I build a map, and then I just run around. That's all I do. I run around. I just like mapping things out. I like just seeing the environment and seeing it turn into little pixels on my wall. Wow! Got like this cool like forest at the foot of this giant hill, and then you got like this over here on that little itty bitty island, and then you got the dark forest biome up there and a birch forest. I've got a bunch of cool biomes right by each other. Oh well. Can I build a map here? No, I'm too far away. There's no reason. Yeah, Hiri and Hum. I've always wanted to make a D&D character who's a cartographer, and that's like their main motivation. I'd probably make them like... I would make them a bard if bards weren't just music and nothing else, and they actually like fulfilled the fantasy of being people with tons of esoteric knowledge. But I don't like the performative side of bards, so I'm just not super interested in class. But maybe a wizard or something. But I've always wanted to make a character that either is a cartographer or a character who is in real time writing the monster manual, who's sort of like an ecologist who travels around, and they are canonically the one making the monster manual with like notes about monsters in it. Druid makes sense, that's true, yeah. Sort of. I think druids to me always hit that vibe of like, I'm a naturalist. I don't care about like the science behind it. I go on full vibes of nature. So it feels a little weird to write them as like scientists, but no, I mean, it could make sense. Hey, whoa, a jungle temple, cool. I hate when I make a cool character, but the game I'm playing doesn't support it. I've run into that a few times. The only Pathfinder game I ever played, and I think it was first edition. No, maybe it was like a little itty bitty bit of second edition. I don't know. I didn't stick with it for very long. I was playing a pacifist ranger character who did not believe in like hurting people, really. He had never like fought a human being, and was always trying to like make sure he didn't like outright kill them. So he'd try to get close enough to do blunt damage with like a mace or something and knock them unconscious instead of constantly shooting everything with his bow, unless they were up against beasts and stuff. But the setting was like a sort of post-apocalypse. That's a trap. Pseudo-future, and that got a little. He didn't fit that setting very well. So. Ah, there's the wire. Hey, yo! What? All right, sorry, Rocks. You know what? I can always get chickens later. I'm glad I stopped. I almost didn't. I was like, it's probably not worth stopping here. Hello, baby zombie. Oh, no, that's not a baby. That's a full-grown zombie with a sword. Sorry, my bad. My fault. Pretty cool. I like the way this becomes sort of like, honestly, this would make a good blueprint for like arrow slits if you put fences here instead. This would make a pretty good blueprint for like a small little sort of like World of Warcraft orc style like watchtower / bunker hut. Anyway, wild armor trim, huh? That's pretty cool. You can only do those at blacksmiths, anvils, right? Whoa, there's a cartographer class coming to 5e? That's awesome. But I'll never play an artificer, so not interested. There are no artificers. You know how, like, in Root, they keep repeating the rule, birds are wild? There is no artificers repeated in my RPG design. Did I hit 87K? I don't think I hit 87K. I think it's just rounding up. But thank you. Thank you for the congratulations all the same. You're a lost nerd? Okay. Yeah, I'm the nerd. You're the one who wants to play a bespectacled doofus tinkering around gears in a world where you can literally bend reality or whim. Cartographers do go underappreciated. I hit it! Let's go! 87K! Schlin is almost free from their long journey of trying to put out Ruze facts every day until it hit 90K. I'm so sorry, Schlin. You're such a hero. I still read them every day. Oh, Shin. Sorry, I said Schlin. Shin. My brain's cooked. Woohoo! 87K, let's go! Celebratory 360. Yeah! Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's go, lesbians! Where is my swamp? Oh man, I found a sparse jungle before I found a swamp? No way. What? Sparse jungles always fake me out and make me think they're swamps. "17 months, that's definitely a passage of time. It is truly the passage of time.
Actually, time is just the measurement of decay. There's no such thing as a passage of time because it doesn't actually exist. Passage implies that there's a portal created that can be traveled through, and it only goes forward. So in a way, thanks for 17 months. This 13K more till horror. Hey, we should slow down. Hey, we should slow down a little bit. Hey, guys. Let's slow down. Time is an illusion. That's true, Sleepy. Thanks for 18 months, by the way. But that's real. Wow, seriously? You're going to get pedantic on me and talk about how time is an illusion? What are you, some sort of nerd? What, next you're going to give me a speech about how time's not real? It's just the measure of decay. Chill. All right, we get it. You're smarter than everybody else around you. We know. All right. It's just a handy measurement that humans use to measure the passage of decay. You can be pedantic about it all you want and describe it as something that's not real and doesn't have a beginning or an end because it's literally just a measurement of things decaying around you. But the reality is that it is so useful to our perception of the past, present, and future that it's still important to the human zeitgeist. So take that. Can we decay? You're doing it right now. Congratulations. Did I decide what horror game I'm going to do at 100K? No, not yet. Ooh, I like those banners hanging down. That's kind of cool. That cool little village. Huh. 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 You guys get unique outfits out here? Ah, cool. You get like little leaf hats. Congrats on 87K, Ruze. When we find a swamp, it'll be double the celebration. It surely... It freaked me out with that sound, bud. It surely will be double the celebration. He said, "Blah." But first we gotta find a swamp. Actually, I feel like swamps often spawn near-ish to savannas. So I might be on the right path. Ooh, an empty map, you say? Do you have any in here? You son of a... Sorry, man, that wasn't necessary. I take that back. I'm sorry I said that about you. I'm sorry. Aha! Rots cutely. Same. Thank you for the soup. Wow, thank you for all the soups, guys. Wow, celebratory 87K soup. You should totally do Urban Myth Dissolution Center. Is that even a horror game? Like, does that apply? I mean, I will, but... Flint and steel. Doesn't fit. Okay. Resin clump stew. Sweet berries. Give me those berries back. Pale moss card. Yes! We freed up so much inventory space just now. Time is time. It's something you can't watch, and it's about it. I ain't about it. That's for sure. Wait, are you a little shopkeeper? Oh, okay. I was like, what the hell? Who's putting this child labor laws? What are you doing? Thanks for 8 months, by the way. And thank you, Rebuns and Unana, the delicious soups. And thank you, Iwashi, for 16 months. I read your message and didn't even say thanks. What a dick. Crimzon Rulez. He's an asshole. That guy's falling off. Asa, dude. Got so many maps now. Woohoo. Hey, do you have a blacksmith stable in here? Nah, just a grinding stone. I mean, that's cool too, but kind of hoping you had an anvil or something. Wow, Savannah chicken. Cool. Is there Savannah pig? Savannah pig warthog? Huh? Hmm? Huh? Zug. What you want? Work. Stop poking me. I must travel deeper into the savannah. Savannah cows. Look at them. Moo. Ooh, I like their big old horns. I think there's a biome that kind of has like sort of a bison looking cow or something like that. There's a DLC for what coming out? What? It's called a Highland Cow, I think. Dead Space, funnily enough, does not bother me. I do not know why. I think it's because it relies on body horror for the most part. And I'm like, that don't bother me. I don't care. I've already beaten Dead Space. I think part of the problem with Dead Space is it turns into an action game instead of a horror game very quickly. Like, it has horrifying elements, but you're pretty equipped to deal with it. Also, congrats, 87K, my dude. I just woke up, so I'm groggily wooing for you, hence the typo before. Let me hear that. Whoa! Thank you, Braxta, for the soup. And the grog. Oh. Another end portal. Mayhap I will find something of value here. Oh, baby. Ooh. I'll take an unbreaking hoe. Are these enchanted? Ooh. No, I don't want that. But this, actually, I do want this. I want this because I want to give it to Gerard. Or Octavio. Yeah, I want that. Hey, I enchanted this for you. Wear it before you go in the nether. I'm so far from home. I will never, ever, ever. What the hell was that? The fuck was that? Did a snake go by or something? What was that? Oh, a turtle. Okay. I was like, what the fuck? I will never find my way back, but that's okay. Don't bully Octavio? Oh, I'm gonna bully Octavio. Why do you think I'm in Armis? You think I hang out with those dweebs because they're competent? I just like to bully them. Jail now. Who's the most fun to bully? It depends on the day and depends on the reaction I want. I think there's subtle fun in bullying Goldie, but he tends to be pretty subdued in his reactions. Rightfully so. It's hard to get him riled up. I think there's like a dichotomy where if you want a very loud reaction, you bully Gerard. If you want a subdued reaction and no hard feelings, you bully Goldie. And if you want something in between, in the middle, you bully Octavio. Have I managed to successfully rile Goldie up ever? I think in one of our collabs, I'm pretty sure I got him a little riled up. Pretty sure I have. The spectrum of bullyability. What happens if Ruze is bullied? I don't know. I've never been bullied before. I'm just too good at everything I do. I'm just the best. And humble. Yeah, and humble. Yeah. The thing is, nobody's as good at video games as I am, so nobody can bully me. Kind of sucks. It's a tough world I live in. It's hard being at the top. It's hard being, you know, the greatest there ever was. It's lonely at the top, yeah. It's hard up here. But somebody has to wear the mantle and, you know, heavy weighs the crown and all that. Feather falling 3? That's pretty good, actually. Self-mending. I mean, I'll take that over this shovel, I guess. And then I'll take the feather falling boots over... I guess I'll drop the iron pickaxe. I've got a good amount of iron on me right now. But I need to swap these for the breaking diamond. Not broken. We've traveled for many days and many nights. I've almost lost sight of my goal, but not quite. Not quite. I will remember. 600 men. Unsubbing, have fun back at 86K. Thank you. You've saved me from horror games, fool. It's crazy how 8 esports teams from 3 different games have tried to recruit Ruze in the past. Yeah, it's tough out here, man. It's tough. Listen, here's the thing. Here's the thing. There are people that are better at individual games than me. I won't contest this. Some people are better than me at Smash Bros. Some people are better than me at, like, Street Fighter. Some people are better than me at Formula 1 racing. Some people are better than me at Minecraft. But nobody in the entire world, on this entire planet, nobody on this whole planet is better than me at picking up a game and being instantaneously pretty all right at it. If you sit me down with anybody ever on the planet, and it is our first, like, I'd say 10, 15 hours playing that game, I will beat them consistently. The entire time. Every time. Anybody on the planet, confident. There's a rumor Ruze could be bullied with super chats. Not possible. Thank you for trying. I want to see your full power. Come fight me. You've seen it. The only luck he has is beginner's luck. It's true. It's true. All right, guys. We made it to a desert somehow, which I'm actually surprised I haven't seen a desert up until now. And what might be a badland out there. Or a mesa, possibly. We get it already. You're a gamer. No, clearly you don't get it. So I'm going to tell you again. What you guys don't know about me is that I'm a motherfucking gamer. I'm not a gamer. I'm the gamer. I'm better than everybody else. And so humble. That's what you don't get. Get a load of this guy trying and failing at bullying. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Nobody said I was trying to bully anybody. I got nobody to bully right now. What do you mean trying and failing at bullying? You better relax. Thanks for the soup, though. Wow, you guys are just so nice. Wow, is that a desert town? Is that a camel? Cool. Well, we found the Badlands again. I just can't get away from it. You don't consider us worth bullying? I'm offended. What? Who are you? Evil. Kitty. Damn, that's a cool sound. I want to do that. Cool. Oh, that one reminded me of Pollux. He was cute. A good gamer would have found a swamp by now. See, that's how I could tell you don't play video games. That's how I know. amateur hour. Everybody knows swamps are the rarest, most valuable places in any video game ever, and everybody loves swamps forever. And they're definitely not the place everybody dreads going in video games where you get poisoned constantly. Everybody loves swamps. Everybody loves swamps. They're the most sought after biome. Was it raining? It must be. Wow, there's a lot of villagers here gathered. We are gathered here today. Alright, I'm done. I'm done in here. I'm gonna go find a swamp. Bye. Cool town though, guys. I like the, oh, I really like this. This is kind of a cute way to set up like a little apartment style. Oh, I love this actually. I'm keeping this in mind. This is good. This is a good little apartment style house. I like that. Can Ruze be bullied by, stop! I cannot. You may not. I cannot. Humbled gamer. When was the last community night? You want to get absolutely destroyed, brother? You want to get absolutely destroyed? Is that what you're saying? Thanks for the soups, chumps. But simply do not have time to humble every single pretender to the throne that wants to square up for 2 seconds. Wants to toss their little dusty-ass, stupid-ass, goofy-ass, little macaroni-ass, feather stuck in your head-ass hat in the ring. All right? If I was trying to stop every one of you little dweebs that steps up and puffs your little itty-bitty, minuscule, beribbed fucking chest out at me, acting like you're hot shit, then I would be in a permanent cacophony of stepping on tiny little clown fleas. I ain't got time for that. Nice try. The king does not stoop down to smush an ant. Unless I'm hugging him. Unless I'm... Thanks for the soup, Henkaru and Hanabi and South Lee's internet company, increasing your next internet bill by 20% for being a gamer. You can't do this to me! Do it. Take us on in combat. No balls. Don't test me, rebuns. I would love to get absolutely destroyed by you in community game night, actually, because it hasn't happened yet. Actually, that's because you haven't played yet. And if you did, you would be destroyed. Doesn't Flayon do community game nights where he plays like fighting games or whatever? Maybe I could do like a fighting game. That could be fun. I don't really play any fighting games other than Smash, though. And frankly, I do not trust Smash's netcode. That's like playing on a slideshow every time I played it online. Bro couldn't beat Hello Kitty's Island Adventure. Actually, yes, I could, and I need to get back to playing that. Thanks for the reminder, chump. You didn't even know it, but you're already doing my bidding. That's right. You've only served as a reminder for me. That's how gamer I am. I manipulated you into telling me what to do. How do you like that? Wow. Ooh, did I poke something? Nice rant, silly nugget. Girl, you just called me silly nugget. That is the softest insult I've ever heard in my life. That's like getting run over by a fucking marshmallow. That's like if I was someone threatened to beat the shit out of me and then they threw like a feather pillow in my direction. Nice try. Wait, you guys never... Flay really played it cool when he gets... Flay really played it cool when he had his ass kicked. Did he get his ass kicked? I thought Flay was good at fighting games. One v one me and Uma Musume cringe ass. Alright, listen, first of all, thanks for the soup. Second of all, fuck you. Third of all, fuck you. And fourth of all, no, I'm not getting pulled into the gotcha hellhole. Snarl tax. Wow, thanks, Clarity at 3 a.m. Somebody forgot the snarl tax, but at least you're on top of it. Thank you. Did you have a stream in 4 hours? You started up to find that swamp. I do actually need to cut this stream off soon-ish. I need to find that swamp now. Which is why I'm patrolling the coast now. I challenge you to Apex Legends at dawn. Girl, I ain't playing Apex Legends. Girl, I ain't playing Apex Legends. Remember how I said I could beat anybody at any game within the first 10 hours of playing that game? Nobody on this planet that plays Apex Legends right now has not put 40,000 hours into that game. The people who play Apex Legends live Apex Legends. That is the League of Legends of shooters. That's why it has Legends in the name. People who play Apex Legends have played that game for 15 years. Eve, thanks for the woo! I don't have Mario Kart. Buy me a Switch 2 and I'll beat your fucking ass in Mario Kart. I got strong-armed into playing Apex Legends, and I can sign off on this comparison. Yeah, because I'm right. 1v1 me in the Wolves Den in Final Fantasy XIV. You won't... Listen. 1v1 me in, I don't know, Reign of Kings. 1v1 me on Dune Awakening. I will beat your ass. Switch 2 can be free if you're fast. Oh, that's a good point, actually. I didn't even think about that. You're right. Thanks for the soup. Mickey, thanks for a month. Hey, hi, boss. Currently on vacay at my home cunty. God dang, you're home serving cunt. Let's go. But glad I was able to find the way to say thank you for a wonderful month. Let's shoot for 1 million. 1 million? I don't know about that. That's a lot. We'll try. We'll see how we do. Thank you. Thank you for the 1 month. 1v1 me and Mario? No! Freak you. YouTube blocked the last message. Sure it did. Uh-huh. Believable. Okay. Hey, cool. Well. Spring. Whatever. What's up here? Wait a minute. What's up? There's a man up here. Oh, they were down there. Never mind. Sorry for intruding on your corner time or whatever you were doing over there. Motherfucker must be looking at the stars. Ooh, another bundle. Lucky. Oh, you can't fit armor in there? Too big? All right. Oop. Okay, never mind. We shouldn't put a whole stack in there. We want to clean up as much as we can on, like, little things. So, yeah, that'll work. Things I probably won't be picking up again for a while. Something like that. Ooh, that was a lot. Maybe a clock could go in there? Okay, cool. Saddle? No, it doesn't fit? Okay, damn. Okay, I can only fit 3 more of something in there, so I need to pick something with only a little bit. That'll work for now. I didn't even remember what I had over here. But I'm gonna put torches there for now. Excuse me. Definitely worth stopping off in villages for the little bags they have now. First VTuber to hit 1 Ruze subscribers. I think there's been other. No. There's definitely been millions of subscribers. Definitely. Survey says if you need more chow, there's a brown horned cow out in the forest biome that Gerard keeps mistaking for a deer. Could be a good hunting target. Oh, I should name it. I'll name it Deer. And leave it roaming so when he gets back on, he's like, what the fuck? Hey, thanks for the delicious soup, by the way. You cannot handle us on our Spinterest games. That's not the point. That's not the point. The point isn't to beat you in your fucking, like, hyperfixations. The point is that I could beat your ass if you set 2 of us down on a brand new game. Nobody in the world can compete with me if we are both new to that game. I am simply too fast. I am simply too clever. I am simply too wise. I am simply built different. I could. No, you couldn't. Even rhythm game? Yes. So your brain absorbs information like a child's underdeveloped brain. Yeah, dude, that's right. I managed to develop my frontal lobe fully while leaving the rest of my brain an amorphous fucking sponge with which to soak up all that juicy knowledge. Unlike you, you fucking withered, scabbed over brain motherfucker. Listen, it's not my fault your whole fucking dome is calcified in there and you're stuck with your preconceived notions. Your rigid, unchanging, disgusting, coagulated brain goop. I'm sorry I roasted you. That wasn't very nice. Here's insult for you. You are an adorable monster hunter that just wants to be that one-up, Uno reverse, insult ready, accidental flirtatious. In what fucking world? Huh? Accidental flirtatious, yapping, inducing, game hungry for destruction and sabotage. Hey, listen, you got me on some of those things, but that's not an insult, first of all. You disguised a compliment and called it an insult, which doesn't work because that's like being like, I'm gonna get you with this bullet, and then you hit me with a fucking Nerf dart. Second of all, I ain't accidentally flirtatious. In what world? Huh? No, the hell I'm not. Is this a swamp? Yeah. I ain't got no accidental Riz. I remain, as ever, Rizless, and that is by design. Thank you. I won temp Riz because you guys are little freaks who wanted to punish me. Holy cow! Temp Riz champion say. Huh? Yeah, nice try. Wow, big tall heel. Anyway, thank you for the soup. Yum, 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 yum. Yum, 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 yummy. Are we there yet? Tugs on my seatbelt. We'll get there when we get there. Oh, God, more snow. Ah, shit. Ah, piss. Ah, fuck. Ah, damn. I'm doing really good at not cursing as much. Ah, fuck. I won the CEO something? Being a badass, probably. Being the coolest around. Yig. Oh, my eyes. The journey has been long, but once I crest this hill and find the swamp, it'll be so worth it. There it is. Do you see it? Beyond that golden horizon, my beautiful swamp. It exists so close yet so far. Just a day's journey away. Ah, but first I must pass through this frozen hellscape. Just on the other side of this ice cap, I'm sure of it. I'm certain. I feel it in my heart, my soul. I know not how, but I sense the truth. What? Hold on. Uno momento. Woo! Let's go! Woo! Uh-oh. Joining the boys Tokyo drifting. You better believe it. Hee-ya! Hee-ya! Huh. I can assault you for the life. I can't insult you for the life of me. Hate it. Just kind of a little freaks to deal with it, Mr. Sundar. Once again, we're using the wrong words for things. I'm not a tsundere. I just hate everyone. But hey, I appreciate it all the same. Why is there a frozen tree up here with like an ice block in the center? Is that naturally spawning? I do not think I've ever seen anything like that. That's not a tree. Oh my God, that is just a block of ice. That's cool. Pun intended. Oh, it's an igloo. Cool. We do not say the T word here. All right, we're almost to the swamp, finally. It took long enough, but we're almost there. Thank you, Dark Souls. Oh, this is a tough one. Ooh, but I'm a genius. Woo! Let's go, baby. Let us go, lesbians! Oh my god, am I the world's greatest boat racer? I might be. Oh shit! How does he do it? Ah, he's clean with it. Oh my god, he's nutty. Oh, a wall! A cave! Ah! Ow. Ow. 1v1 me and being an absolute fucking doofus. Oh, dang it, you won. Yeah, well, get wrecked, nerd. You thought you could step into the ring, but once again, the ring has stepped upon you instead. Ah! Ah! Hold on. I'm drowning in snow. That shit was cold. Ow! That shit was cold. Hi, Ruze. Give me your gold dip 24 karat. No! I'm the only one who I own the world's only 24 karat gold dipped Labubu. It's mine. You can't have it. You haven't earned it. Anyway, thanks for 7 months. Thanks for 7 months. You're supposed to hate my compliments. Nice wipeout. First of all, I didn't wipe out. I did that on purpose! Labubu. More like Labu. Ew. Why is it so cold out here? Ah, where am I? Guys, I don't know if I'm gonna find my swamp. I'm losing faith. I'm losing hope. I'm losing myself. You know what I don't like? Labubus. I'm not sorry. And I know what you're going to say. You're going to say, Crimzon Rulez. Let people like things. And I'm going to say to you, let me hate things. Boom. Fine, boom. Boom. Let me hate things. It doesn't hurt your enjoyment of it. Let me hate things. Fucking hate Labubus. I think they're ugly. You're allowed to like things. And I'm allowed to say, ew, I don't like that. Because I don't like that. Let me hate things. I don't like Labubus. There, I said it. I'm not sorry. I gotta be careful about how I approach these. Uh-huh. Why did music get like that? Man, the snow really makes it hard to traverse, huh? It's kind of fun in a weird way. It's kind of like a little like obstacle course, sort of. Kind of cute. What the fuck is a smisk? What'd you just say to me? What'd you call me? Not gonna lie, I agree. Sorry to those to do. I ain't sorry. I love hating shit. I love hating shit. I think the problem right now is that in our like modern context, in our hold on, modern context is the wrong way to say this. That is not what I meant because that is not quite right. It doesn't describe what I'm saying enough. I think it is easy in the modern sense of fan spaces, especially. Also, thank you for the soup, Falcon, and thank you, Hanabi. So straight to the familiar. Is it because we've seen it before? We're going in circles. Now, where's Zader's second breakfast from the swamp journey? What about second breakfast? We're not going in circles. This is new, I promise. Anyway, what I'm saying is that in our modern, like, consumption of fan bases and fan content, It has become increasingly common to take criticism of things we like as criticism of ourselves. And that is not what I mean when I say I do not like Labubu. You are allowed to like Labubu. I do not like Labubu. I do not think it is ugly in a cute way. I do not think it is charming. I just think it's kind of ugly. But that's okay, because you're allowed to like things I think are ugly. You know what else I don't really particularly like? Dolphins. I don't like dolphins. They're fine. I don't like begrudge dolphins necessarily. I don't think dolphins are that cool. I think they're kind of assholes. But it is what it is. Some people fucking love dolphins. That's fine. That doesn't make you a bad person. Damn. I really traveled to the far North Pole instead of actually finding a swamp. Just remember that Funkos are the tip of capitalism, so you can diss Labubu, but just remember Funkos are pure gross. Sorry. I don't like Funkos either. I don't like Funkos. I don't like Labubus. I think Labubus are the pure capitalism. And Funkos. I think they both got that problem. I think they share that problem. I think that is a good 90% of my issue with them, besides being kind of ugly. Look at those little, like, itty-bitty tufts of grass trying to survive all the way up here in the frozen north. There's something beautiful about that. I like that. Didn't expect a Death Stranding stream today. Me neither. A lot of us tie our identities so heavily in our hobbies / interests, it's hard to take criticism lightly. For sure. But it's important to practice it whether it's hard or not. Because at the end of the day, people are going to criticize your hobbies and things you like. And you gotta take it with a grain of salt. I mean, obviously, if somebody's criticizing in a polite way, they'll be like, hey, no reflection on you or whatever, or it's just not to my taste. And that's the polite way to criticize things, for sure, for sure. And it'd be nice if everybody did that. But even if someone's being, like, cold or dismissive in their criticisms, it is still not a commentary on you. It is just a commentary on the thing you like, which should be a little bit more acceptable. For example, I know a lot of people hate action RPGs or survival games and think they're slob, and I'm okay with that. That is not a criticism of me or my interests. It's just what it is. I know a lot of people are tired of Souls-like games. I'm not, but I get it. They oversaturate the market, and I can accept that. Dude, at this point I'm so far away, it wouldn't even be worth stopping if I did find a swamp. Like, how am I gonna get those frogs home? Ah! Ow. Man, that iceberg came out of no polar bear! Are they aggressive? Shit, fuck. You know what? It's fine. Let's hit the open water. Maybe we're getting to the far end of the ice cap. Maybe we're circling the planet. Get Titanic. True. I did get Titanic. It was brutal. I'll never let go, Ruze. So that was a lie. I feel like there's a lot of roguelike games. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I find that to be a good thing, but I understand if people find that to be a bad thing. Hey, cool. A frozen desert. Interesting. Labubus are just Teletubbies on insert drug here, but you're right. You're allowed to not like something, but damn, people get butthurt by it. Also, Pops suck too. Funko Pops. Yeah, I'm not a fan of them. I think they're really ugly. I just think their designs are bad. But I know a lot of people love collecting Funko Pops, and that's totally fine, dude. You do you. Enjoy your shit. Fucking collect your Pops, queen. I don't give a shit. Have a blast. Am I gonna? No. Am I ever gonna like Funko Pops? Probably not, no. You do you. It's the same thing when people like get like terse if I criticize. What is something I've criticized in the past? Final Fantasy 14. That's an easy one. I criticize that game once in a while because it's got problems. And oh my god, the amount of people who tie their entire identity to their consumption of that game. Damn. It's crazy. yeah, type shit. Nah. Okay, we're good. Hop in. I'm too fast on the ice. The world cannot load as fast as I move. See what I mean? You say this as I mid FF14 dungeon. FF14 was built out of nonstop dev problems into a giant thing, with maybe like 3 likable moments. Damn, that's a savage critique. I like it. No, my problem with Final Fantasy XIV is I've got a couple things I don't like about it, but I think that it is overall a good game. It's just that some of the flaws that I find in it are flaws that I have trouble reconciling. I.e., I think that it heavily discourages enjoying its world, and that is a big glaring error in MMOs to me. But that doesn't matter to most people, because most people are like, I don't give a shit. I'm just here to socialize and enjoy my fashion and my housing and enjoy like how aesthetic this game is. And that's fine. Or do their dungeons, and they're content to do that. And again, totally fine if that's how you want to enjoy your MMOs. I get that. I understand that. But to me, the golden like moment in an MMO is the leveling process from 1, preferably to like mid-level. Is that fun? Is that engaging? Do I engage with the world? Do I want to explore? Does the game allow me to explore and encourage me to explore? If no, I do not like this as an MMO. It would have been better as an instanced-based game. I have the same problem with Modern WoW. Modern WoW should just be a game where you queue up to do dungeons and should not be called an MMO. You were mentioned, Shin! Ooh, fortune. Hey, a damaging axe. Cool. Wait, hold on. Smite 1. Nah, it might still be worse, actually. Huh. I'll hold on to it. We'll see. Huh. We're out of the frozen north. We did it, everybody. I think he likes Guild Wars 2. Yeah, I like Guild Wars 2, okay. I like Final Fantasy XIV, okay. I like Guild Wars 2, okay. And I like WoW, okay. I do not think that you should really consider current WoW or Final Fantasy XIV MMOs in, like, the strictest sense. I think they are pseudo-social games that have an emphasis on avoiding interacting with their world, unless that world is only being interacted with through their, like, most recent expansion. Which is fine. That's a cool game type. I get why people like that. It's just not what I want. I think Guild Wars 2 is actually a really good MMO for incentivizing you to explore its world and encouraging you to take part in it. But I think that it is the fast food of that concept, which is to say you kind of are just told to, like, hey, do a random event, do a random event, do a random event, do a random event. Don't talk to anybody. Don't slow down. Don't make a group. Don't make a party. Do a random event, do a random event, do a random event. And that's fun for a while. I really like it. It's just, it encourages you to engage in the world and explore the world in a very solo sense. It feels like a bunch of people speedrunning together, but not truly interacting in any way. Do your Savage Rage and picked up your government assigned to loot. Yeah. I play games specifically to avoid interacting with people, so sounds perfect. Yeah, I think that, like, modern MMOs make really good games for not antisocial well, honestly, for antisocial players, but also, that sounds aggressive or negative. What I mean by this is it makes, I think modern MMOs are really good for players who are not beholden to interacting with other players. And I don't think that's a critique on the games themselves. I just don't think they should be called MMOs. Any MMO recommendations? No. No, I'd be playing one right now if I thought there was one that did what I wanted and was forcibly sociable. The closest you're going to get is playing survival games with your buddies or forcing yourself to be in a group with your friends in MMOs, but because of the way MMOs are designed now, most of them actually punish you for playing with friends during the leveling process. Or at best, make it so you're basically still playing solo if there just happens to be other people there. It's true. I don't have time to get invested in an MMO. Not one that I want to be invested in. Otherwise, I'd probably dive really hard into Classic WoW. Or dive really hard into, like... I've always wanted to try Guild Wars 1. I bet that would be really fun. That's awesome. That's an awesome mechanic. That sounds incredible. You said, maybe Final Fantasy 11, you need to group up just to keep the roads clear so newbies can travel. That's fucking awesome. That sounds like a really fun, like, concept for an MMO. Like, the idea that you need to group up to be, like, the heroes who prune the wilderness to keep it safe for new travelers. Chef's kiss. I want an MMO that has a player-driven economy, forcible social interactions, where it's like, you don't have to do it. You don't literally get forced into it, but if you don't do it, then just some content's not available to you, and that's just the reality of it, and you just gotta suck it the fuck up. I want player-driven economy, forcible social interaction. I want PvP, PvE. I want meaningful PvE that has consequences, preferably. I want player housing. I want farming. I want customization. So really, I want too much, and it's just never going to happen because it would take too much dev time and too much work. And I get it. I want a game that doesn't exist and will not exist. And that's okay. I also want a game with really good combat that is compelling to me and challenging, but also rewarding and build diversity. Sounds like the new Dune MMO? No, I've been soloing the shit out of the Dune. I wouldn't call it an MMO. That's a multiplayer survival game. I've been soloing the shit out of that game, and I've had zero trouble so far. Negative trouble, even. It's, if anything, a little too easy. Oh no, Ruze described Tarkov. It has all of those, does it? I feel like Tarkov is inherently an antisocial game. I've never seen anybody who plays Tarkov any way other than selfishly diving in solo and then leaving. Which I get it. That's fun. I like extraction shooters. They're fun. Also, thank you for 5 months, Duke Moose. It sounds like something impossible to program from a scope sense. I don't think it's impossible to program from a scope sense. I think the reality is that you just have to program it without having, like, incredibly high graphics. You'd have to, like, go with something like a Valheim design or something top-down, possibly. But it would be very hard to program. It would take a lot of dev time, and it would take a willing community that's willing to stick it out, because the problem we have is that many MMOs drop and market themselves as old school social MMOs where it's hardcore and you really got to push it to make it count, and you got to invest a lot of hours, and it's like you got to interact with your fellow players, and players keep saying they want that, and then they don't play those games. They meet a little bit of opposition or a little bit of a wall without a group, and then they go back to their comfort MMOs and never touch the game again, and the game dies because it relies on social interaction to function. So the problem we're having is that it's not that MMOs like that aren't coming out necessarily. It's that MMOs like that do not have the longevity because the player base is either too short of attention span, or it ends up being too hard and it like turns away too many new players or curious players, or players just go back to their fast food, like, I'm comfortable with this thing that I've been playing forever and I want to stick with it and all my friends are here, which is fine. I get why they do that. The MMO era is over. For the most part, I agree. The MMO era is almost certainly done. There's not a lot you can do to repair that, I don't think. Why are there webs all over this town? What's that about? Is this town abandoned? Is that even the thing you can have as an abandoned town? I think it is. There's like moss all over it. Holy shit. That's cool. I would say that while I do not think... This is kind of cool, actually. I would say that while I do not think the MMO era is dead forever, I think that MMOs will never be the same ever again. And that is not inherently a bad thing unless you crave games that like demand social interaction, which I do. But new age MMOs, the form that they have taken on, are still fun content. Like, I still like playing Final Fantasy XIV to a degree. I still like playing Modern WoW to a degree. Not that I've played it since, like, I don't know, 3 or 4 expansions ago, but it was fun when I played what I played of it. I didn't know you could have this. This is cool. Hey man, what's up? The problem, I think, in a lot of cases, is it's many-fold. It's a multiplicative problem, but it's also a very complex problem. It's not a problem you could solve by just being. You can't diminish it to being like, oh well, devs just aren't making games like they used to anymore. Or, oh, player bases are too lazy to play those types of games. It's a lot of things. One, most people expect a finished MMO with fleshed out content the moment they get a hold of it that's going to keep them entertained for hours and hours and hours, as if it were like their fully done MMO, right? So like if a player plays a game and the game doesn't have as much content as in-game raids in like Final Fantasy XIV and current WoW, they're like, well, this game just doesn't have an in-game, so it's boring. They'll flock to reviews and be like, this game doesn't have an in-game. The devs clearly rushed it and didn't care about like what happens after you're done with the main game. But if the game does have an in-game and that's the whole focus, it's probably got a really boring lead up to it that turns everybody away before they can ever make it there. But even if all of that is true and they have a good in-game and a middle game, the player base still is like, well, all my friends are still on my comfort MMO and nobody came over with me. So now I don't want to play this game because I don't want to invest all these hours and have nobody around. And what if the game dies? There's this sort of like Chekhov's gunman situation where, like, not Chekhov's gun, I'm sorry. There's this like sort of like standoff where there's this fear that MMOs will die, and it keeps MMOs dying because you always go back to your comfort MMO because you're afraid of wasting time investing in something that's not going to be around. It's a difficult problem, and on top of all of that, there is the inherent issue that MMOs can't be social games anymore because social media has conquered what MMOs gave you. MMOs in the past were so sociable because social media wasn't popular. Not everybody had a Twitter. Not everybody had a fucking, I don't know, Instagram or whatever. You went to your MMOs to socialize with your friends because that's where you like talked about your day. That's where, while you were running dungeons, you'd just be like, yeah, man, today I like went to school and blah, 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 blah. And now you just hop on fucking Twitter and you get all the interaction you need. You hop on Discord, you get all the interaction you need. Like, you don't need MMOs to fulfill you socially, so there's no reason to force them to be social interactions. MMOs were, in many ways, just really glorified chat rooms with really cool combat mechanics to keep you entertained. They were chat rooms with games. But that's not necessary anymore. So it makes it really hard to force a social game in an era where you just don't need to do that. Once Human is the only MMO I can think of that depends on social things. You can't beat half the game without other people. Interesting. I kept a vague eye on that, but I ended up not picking it up. Did it go anywhere? Countless hours spinning a spaceship in the hangar and Eve while having a chat. Wait, what? Why would you do that in Eve? Just go send your spaceship out there. Isn't Eve like an AFK type game that you just like don't even look at while you're playing it? I mean, I guess I respect that. Yeah, chatting used to be half the fun of MMOs. I think a lot of people kind of fail to diagnose the problem with modern MMOs, and a lot of the problem is people and just the state of the internet now. That being said, I think I am hopeful. There is one saving grace that might bring back social MMOs. One teeny tiny, itty bitty, small little hope. There is a hero in the distance, and that hero is the villain. That hero is the enemy, the great enemy of mankind, the great enemy that has plagued us since the earliest days. Do you know the hero of which I speak? Godzilla? No. Yes, Ingrid, it's capitalism. You see, the thing is, social media is kind of dying in a lot of ways. I can't fucking stand social media in its current context. I hate being on it. I hate looking at it. I hate how fucking annoying it is to be on it. I hate the amount of AI that's on it. I hate interacting with it. I hate all of the, like, For You page-driven algorithm that feeds me a bunch of shit I don't give a fuck about or want. You know where I can get what I want, where it's just chatting? And just, like, talking about things in a common shared interest? An MMO I like. So, if capitalism keeps fucking around, MMOs might find out. Now, the problem is that, you know, MMOs are also subject to really, really aggressive capitalism, so no promises, but the idea is there, is all I'm saying. The idea is there. VR chat style MMO win. Well, somebody tried. They made a some sort of VR MMO, but it didn't kick off very well, and I don't think VR's there yet. I'm gonna be real with you. I love VR. I love playing in VR. Yeah, I like VR a lot, but I just don't. I actually haven't played a VR game in a minute. I should play a VR game. I just don't think it's quite ready for an MMO yet. It's got too high a barrier to entry because of the cost of VR. And on top of that barrier to entry, it has other problems. Like, it's just hard to design a game that has a compelling, entertaining, engaging combat, and that is still a big part of MMOs. It's hard to design a game that doesn't get, like, fatiguing. I guess we're back home because there's another gate here, another portal here. There's just a lot of problems with VR that it needs to sort out first before it's ready to have an MMO. I think devs need to focus on making good social games in VR, like VR chat, and need to focus on making good, compelling gameplay games in VR that take advantage of its unique strengths before they focus on trying to make an MMO, because it's not ready to combine those things yet. It is not in a position to do that. Unless it is a strictly social MMO, like, I don't fucking know. What's a social MMO? I never played it, but I think Second Life was a social MMO, right? Like, that was only social about socializing and nothing else? Am I right? A game like that could work as an MMO. I'm actually surprised. One thing I'm surprised about is that there's not a VR social MMO that focuses entirely on, I'm going to stop and yap for a minute, that focuses entirely on crafting and gathering. Like a survival game, but without the requirements for survival. Like, it's just about exploring and gathering loot. I guess I'm surprised there's not a Minecraft VR game that is not specifically Minecraft VR, but is also an MMO. Like, super simplistic combat that's not really that challenging. At best, you just swing your weapon in front of you to hurt things, and then you can maybe block. Maybe ranged combat if you really want to partake in that with, like, a sort of point-and-click, like, gun-style weapon or some shit. But a focus on exploring, gathering, and building cool houses. I think that that would really take off in the VR market, and just sharing those spaces with people. They already tried reinventing that wheel. Okay, but do it, but not bad. Do it, but do it right. I love these sort of wetland style biomes, just tall grasses and tons of little waterways. Those are so cool. We need Albion 2, Electric Boogaloo. I think Albion evolved pretty bad, didn't it? Didn't people say the community got, like, super, like, fucked up or whatever? I'm not exactly sure what happened to Albion, but I'm pretty sure I heard that it is very anti-beginner now. Yeah, the problem with VR is that it's still, like, it's still in its infancy, and if it doesn't do well, it will die in the cradle, essentially. But companies that are investing in VR are trying to get a return too quickly, and it's going to be carried on the back of indie devs, basically. No AAA game is going to come out for VR, and if AAA studios keep trying to invest in it and failing, they will keep, like, pushing the narrative that it's an impossible feat and that VR is doomed and that it can't go anywhere. And it's just going to create this sort of, like, doomer energy around VR, and we really just don't need that. So I hope big companies just keep their grubby little mitts off VR for a while. Like, yes, in a perfect world, a VR company or a AAA company pumps $1 billion into VR and pushes the medium forward, but we've already seen them try that, and it almost always goes in the direction of, how can we monetize this? And that's just not what it needs right now. That comes later. I'm pessimistic enough to say that any game that relies on personal interaction is highly likely to fall to shit. Yeah, of course. I mean, it's human nature. I think that's natural. I think that any game that relies heavily enough on socialization is likely to fall to shit is a true statement. But I don't care. People suck, but you got to find the good people. I mean, like, old school WoW wasn't some fucking, like, beautiful utopia. People were dicks. People would steal gear. People would, like, kick you out of a group or a fucking guild or a raid or whatever for not knowing mechanics. People would, you know, abuse their power as, like, officers in those guilds and shit. And while I never experienced that personally, I was well aware that that shit existed. I never got into, like, a big raiding guild, or I've never even done raiding in WoW. But I've heard horror stories, and I mean, the only guild I ever made in WoW was just a guild for helping new players get on their feet and get further. And I highly encourage players, like, I was probably too young to be running a guild, frankly, but all I did was I encouraged new players to join the guild, get on their feet, figure out the game, and then when they were ready, to go join a bigger guild and do raiding if that's what they wanted to do. And if they didn't want to do that, they just wanted to help new players, they were welcome to do that. I literally just had a guild called There and Back Again. All I did was wander around in, like, low-level areas, find low-level players, recruit them, help them understand the game, move along. There are good people in bad situations. The reality is that if people do not have consequences for their actions, they will more often than not be shitty. And games do not punish people for their actions, typically, because you need people to keep playing your game. So, yeah, people are going to be shitty in social games. Hopefully, they can be punished enough to not be too shitty, but, we'll see. It depends. Duty, thanks for 16 months. What do you mean 16 months? Also, this conversation makes me miss social games like Club Penguin. I never played Club Penguin. I missed out on almost all the truly just social, no gameplay style games. So things like, what was it? Gaia Online and, was it the fucking Club Penguin? I guess Neopets falls under that. That was sort of like social-ish. I missed out on all of those. I never really got into them. But I heard they were really good. So that's pretty cool or whatever. I'm going to head back to the start and then pick a different direction and go that way. Excuse you, Club Penguin had gameplay. Yeah. Sure. Okay. Sure. Gameplay is a strong word, but yeah. I've heard of Webkins, but I've never seen gameplay of it. Oh, and that one, what was it? Fucking Wizard 101 or whatever. I feel like all the Disney kids were playing on Wizard 101, right? And then we're all the fucking, like, oh, maybe that was, like, Toontown or whatever. Where my Toontown people at? There you go. Ink Slicer, thanks for 11 months. Boom. I never played those either. I felt I was too mature and cool for those. I was a big mature WoW player. No, I have not played that. It's a famous Korean MMORPG. I think the only Korean MMORPG I played was... Wait. No, was Terra Korean? I'm assigning you Animal Jam Kid, coming from an Animal Jam Kid. I don't even know what that is, unfortunately. Sorry. But thanks for the soup all the same. I played Terra. Terra was weird. I had a very bad experience with Terra. I really liked Terra to a degree. I think I was literally the only fucking, like... What was the class of the big two-handed sword called? Like a Slayer? I typically don't play those types of classes, but I wanted a taste of something different. I think I was probably the only male high elf Slayer on any server ever. Everybody was playing, like... What was the demon horned ladies and the little fucking, like, animal people or whatever? Everybody was playing those. And if they were playing a male character, they were playing the demon characters. Oh, yeah, there were some unique class designs in that, like the guy who dropped orbs. I forgot about that. Man, I don't have very many memories of that game. I remember I tried the Lancer. I sort of tried the roguish class, and I didn't, like, latch onto it. And then I played the Slayer, and I was like, this is pretty fun. So I ended up playing that. I don't remember the actual class name. I just remember he had a big two-handed sword. Usually I don't go for the big two-handed weapon guy, but I know. Haha, very funny for the great axe wielder. But it's usually not my thing, but it was fun. And I remember people were always like, why are you playing that? And I'm like, I don't know. I like it. Didn't Terra shut down in 2022? Probably. The community for that game was absolute dog water, though. I'm not gonna lie to you. I had some really bad interactions with some really weird people in that game. Part of that was because I played on a server where you could be attacked, though, like a PvPvE server or some shit like that. And at the time I was playing with my cousin, and she had like pissed off somebody, her friend group from another game, I guess. She had pissed them off somehow. And I did not know how she had pissed them off. I just knew that they were being dicks to her. So I was a dick to them in return, and basically like taunted them constantly. Like they were very high level players, and I would step just outside town limits just to piss them off, lure them in so they would like talk to each other in their like guild chat and come to try to hunt me down. And then I would immediately get back into the town, just taunt them from the safety of the town. And I spent a lot of time doing that, but man, they were just dicks. They made her fucking experience on that server hell. Their whole jam was just making sure they hunted her down and bullied the shit out of her. And that left a sour taste in my mouth for the game as a whole. So I ended up walking away not feeling super great about Terra. Which isn't Terra's fault. Just a couple dicks. But I did like the combat system. It was the first time I had ever seen an MMO with like action combat. I was losing my mind. I was like, this is the future. This is the future of MMOs. Every MMO is going to be like this soon. This is crazy. This is the best MMO that's ever been designed combat-wise. And like, it was all right, but I was probably gassing it up in my head. It was just the first one I had played with combat like that. Now I know that because of DSync and things like that, no MMO will ever probably be very good with action combat. They just can't handle it. Ooh, tasty. Oh, I can't fit them. Yeah, that's fine. What type of combat do you think they should have? It depends. My perfect MMO would have different combat for each class. But I know that that's stupid. In a perfect world, let's say a perfect VR MMO that was perfectly social with actually good VR that wasn't jarring to play and had like good crafting and gathering mechanics and was super like reliant on social interaction. I would want an MMO that relied on actual sword techniques and sword mechanics for melee classes, like, you know, engaging in melee, but in a way that somehow simulated melee combat. This is all right. We're gonna get really get on the boat with me. Everybody, climb in. Climb in. We're going on a little ride, a little imagination ride, okay? We're going to get together on this boat. And we're going to use our imagination for a moment to imagine what this would look like. So in this perfect infinite money, infinite dev time MMO that was complete already and like had already been in development for 30 years and didn't go into development hell and had a clear vision, I would want every class to be using a different apparatus, and you could buy those apparatuses as if buying classes. And I know that sounds bad because you're like, oh, but then classes are kind of money gated. It's like, okay, but if all the apparatuses were the same cost, and instead of buying the game, you bought a class to get into the game, that would be really cool. So for like a fighter class, and this is the most complex one, so bear with me for a minute, I would want... This is going to get crazy. For any physical class or any like roguish class, I would want a full VR suit that was completely around your body. Bear with me, stay with me, and was either suspended from a ceiling or mounted to a wall in such a way that you were essentially climbing into like a Five Nights at Freddy's style suit that had a billion safety mechanisms to make sure it couldn't hurt you, obviously. And again, we're using our imagination and imagining this is possible, and it's been tested enough times to make sure you can't be hurt. And what it does is it simulates the entire game in a way that makes sense, right? So if you are holding a sword, the arm like sockets, the arm sleeves you put your arms into will resist your arms as if carrying the weight of a sword. Your fingers will feel like they're gripping a sword. If you are slogging through waist-deep water, the legs will resist your movement to force you to not run as fast, essentially, and feel like you're trying to push through water. If you get hit by an enemy, the entire suit will turn like horizontal and tip you over and knock you back if you are thrown off your feet. Anyway, That I would want. That would be cool. While also having different like temperature, like rising and dropping in the room, and preferably like fans and stuff to simulate wind or cold. And the suit can collect your sweat in a convenient jar, Dune style. Exactly. Thank you, Shinry. And then I can sell that sweat on the internet. But all right, so bear with me. So that's the fighters and the rogues, right? Now, I would want there to be, for wizard classes, an entire magical language of runes that you had to make every time you wanted to cast a spell. You would either have to draw with a wand, a staff, or a tome in your finger. The runes correlated to the spell you wanted to do, and more complex spells would require more complex runes and faster hand movements. So wizards were differentiated in skill not by like their level, but how quickly they could move their hands, essentially. In the knowledge they kept in their head of those spells, because it would be obviously impossible to tab out of your VR headset to check the spells online. And it would create the skill gap of very like knowledgeable wizards by how much they could remember those runes and spells in their head. I would want bards to literally have to play like a Guitar Hero or a fucking like beat or Rhythm Heaven style like rhythm game to play their songs correctly, but be similar to wizards in that context. So yeah, in a perfect world, that's the combat system I would want in an MMO. I know that's not possible. Yeah, like Okami with brushstrokes. Yeah. So people with ADHD couldn't be wizards. I would say people with hyperfixations would make incredible wizards, actually. I'm not going to lie to you. When I was a kid, when I really, really latched on to new games, you know, when you had that type of hyper focus that could only come from being limited to having one game every 2 years if you were lucky because your parents couldn't afford new games, I could memorize the most minute of details in a game. I could probably tell you an entire language from a game, like start to finish, and the grammar system behind it, because I would focus so hard on it. I think they would make incredibly good wizards. I think people who really latch on to things they like and can remember like the most obscure details about them would make banger wizards. Or caster classes in general. I think I would differentiate between like what I would call grace classes, which would be like, you know, bards, things like that. Caster classes or intelligence classes, which would be things like wizards, warlocks, that kind of shit. And physical classes, which would be like rogues, warriors, etc., etc. Also, you could touch on this in job classes as well. You know what I mean? Like, you could say that, like, physical jobs like lumberjacking and pickaxes would require you to actually be somewhat physically fit, because you'd have to go out and swing it, and the suit would be resisting you while you're doing it. Where jobs like being an alchemist or a cartographer or a calligrapher would require, a lot of legwork, so you're still getting your leg day in, but also require you to, like, have complex knowledge of different recipes and the, like, different magical properties of the things that you're finding in the game, because, again, tabbing out would be annoying and hard. So Ironsmith's VR suit is always hot when they do ironsmithing. That would be sick. Yes, that would. Yeah, I'm not kidding. I want my VR MMO to be incredibly uncomfortable. I don't want to be comfy when I'm playing it. I want to feel like I'm on a fucking adventure, warts and all. Like, I'm not saying I want like the truly like slogging mundanity of it. Like, I don't want to like fucking get heat stroke. It's so bad. I don't want to get bit up by a billion mosquitoes in the bog. It's so bad. But, like, yeah, I want it to be a little hot. I want it to be a little sweaty. I want it to be hard to wade in water. I want you to be incentivized to engage in combat where you're good at engaging in combat and not in, like, the enemy's terrain. I want you to feel like going out and fighting monsters is a struggle and a task. And unless you build up the endurance and stamina to do it, it's going to be hard. And I know what you're thinking. Well, Ruze, what about, like, what about accessibility? What about disabled people? Okay. Good. I mean, I think, again, you could have a really good caster class. You're alive! He's alive. I think you could have really good caster classes out of that. You could even justify it in-game with magical mobility. Or just have settings to turn off the leg guards that, like, stop your legs from, like, moving through heavy water and shit like that. I don't know. I'm just saying. Imagine how buff you would get on haptic feedback in your MMO. That's what I'm saying, dude. Imagine how, like, healthy this would make you. And I would play the fuck out of this game, dude. Like, listen, I'm a bounty hunter. Not unhealthy, necessarily. But I've been spending almost 2 years now being a streamer. I'm getting pretty unhealthy. It's not good. It's not good sitting at my computer all day, every day. But man, if I had this game, hey, we made it home. If I had this game. Hans! Yeah, this is our horse, Hans. I thought he died in a creeper explosion. Hey, what? The farm! The lava! Ah! Okay, I saved it. Bad lava, bad. Yucky, no good, very yucky. Why'd you do that? Exactly, my. You see it? You guys, you see the vision. You see the vision I'm saying, right? You get it, right? I'd play that and be a monk class. My years of MMA would come in handy. Wouldn't that be fucking incredibly cool? Ugh, wouldn't that be fun? Man. I want to play it. I want to play that game right now. Me too, bud. Not a very organized chest, but you get the idea. Do we respawn when we die? Yeah, I'd say so. I think, unfortunately, we can't get that hardcore. We can't go crazy with it. If we go crazy with it, people are going to be like, I don't want to play this game because I'll lose all of the things I've invested in it. Nah, I get it. I get it. It would be funny if you were kicked off your server if you died. But I think people would be mad about that too, so probably not. Alright, let's take another horse and get out there. We got another Hans. Ma! There's a weird cat outside! Alright, so we tried that direction. We tried this direction. We came from that direction. I think we need to go this way. I just fired a swamp immediately. It was 2 feet away from the house. Wouldn't that be bonkers? I'd be so mad, though. Which way are we going? We're heading toward negatives on the x-axis, so let's focus on that. Negatives on the x-axis is what we want to head toward. Okay, so I know we already saw the pine biomes, because we've been past those a little bit, but we did not sail the open ocean and go straight, so we're going to do that. Bye, Hans. See you later, Braxta. Sounds so much like Ready Player One. Yeah, something like that, sort of, yeah. That's true, Maya. If death makes you drop your items, you'll want your friends to get it for you. However, death making you drop your items would make it really easy to be griefed. And you gotta have anti-griefing tools, or you've gotta have punishments for dying in the game that are aggressive enough that most players aren't willing to grief because they're afraid of the consequences of being killed. What the hell? That's a lot of kill. Say bye to Hans, everybody. Also sounds like Sword Art Online. Yeah, Sword Art Online if the devs were competent. Because I ain't gonna lie, whoever designed, what was that game called? Al something? I don't know what the fuck the game is called in the universe. Whoever designed that game, they fucking sucked at designing games. You could tell whoever drew that, whoever wrote Sword Art Online, they ain't never played an MMO in their life. Ain't never played an MMO in their life. I gotta go get the good mobs before everybody else does. Hey man, that's not how MMOs work, but okay. Yeah, I gotta make sure I keep going to the negatives on the X, but I keep my Z mostly intact. So we want to try and do a straight shot. We got to do this scientifically now that we've done the wandering around for fucking 4 hours thing. Eincard, yeah, I think that's what it was, Eincard or Eincard. Dot hack is still the superior trapped in an MMO story. I have never consumed dot hack, which is really wild because I loved anime and I loved MMOs, and you think I would have got around to doing that, but I didn't. You know what I did actually read was the WoW manga. You guys didn't know that existed, did you? What's interesting is it had to do with Calicos, the blue dragon, who's voiced by Matthew Mercer, I believe, in the actual MMO, who is a relatively minor character, but is relatively important in the manga. And it also had to do with a blood elf mini-boss character that is only level 20 and is not actually that important at all to the narrative, which is weird that they decided to touch on him as a character as a big important part of the narrative. I thought that was kind of cool because I was like, wait, I fought this guy before. I know who this is as one of the main villains. I loved memes made in MMORPG. Me too. Good taste. I don't think I've ever heard of Log. Well, I think I've heard of Log Horizon. I have no idea what that's about. I have a tertiary knowledge of almost everything in the universe, but that escapes my notice. I have no memory of this place. So no, I don't know what that is. If I got SAO'd into an MMO, I just power level crafting, make everyone else risk their lives like a little cheerleader. What's funny about SAO to me is everybody's like, oh my god, if you die in the MMO, you die in real life. I'm like, oh, okay. And they're like, we have to like eat, sleep, and like pool our resources and actually exist. Isn't this like a horrifying situation? I'm like, this just sounds like life, but more exciting. I would not be fighting to get out of that situation. I'd be like, no, dude, like, I'm good. I'll stick it out. Thanks. Like, what do you want me to do? Go back to fucking paying taxes? Working a 9 to 5, like, I'm good. If you die in real life, you die in real life. At least here I get to like encounter cool, fantastical creatures and be a cool fighter warrior, man. Like, yeah, I'm never gonna go out to like some level 80 area when I'm level 70, but I'll hang out in the level 60 areas at level 70. Fuck yeah, I don't care. Good night to those going to sleep. I think I might be on my way back towards I'm a little afraid that I'm on my way back towards the I am not. What the hell happened here? Oh, that wolf took out a sheep. That's what happened here. Hey man, what's up? Get his ass, get his ass. Ooh, kill him. Ooh, kill him. Ooh, kill him. Can I have that? You're not gonna attack me, are you? Thanks, man. Dude, I wish I had some bones for you. You could be my best friend. You got such a cool color palette. What a cool wolf. I love it. Will you eat meat? You only take bones, huh? I got this for you. Wait, that works. Okay, hold on. Come back. Are we friends now? Oh, it's just for breeding. Well, I'll breed you anyway, so there's more of you. Come here. Breed. Come here. Come here, you two. We gotta get a little baby wolf going. Come on. Come on. Yep, there you go. Yep, no, almost. Come on. I never watched Overlord or read it, I guess. Can you two please? I gave you meat. Oh, whatever. I don't care anymore. Bye. I have more important matters to attend to than making sure the wolf population stays strong. I am no ecologist. That's your business, wolves. Have fun. Have I heard of Elsword? I have. I've played Elsword a little bit. I think it could have been pretty fucking good. It was how do I describe how Elsword made me feel? Elsword made me feel like it was a game well past its prime by the time I had played it, first of all. Second of all, it was just, it felt kind of like MapleStory, which is to say a little bit aimless, a little bit like tee-hee-ha-ha anime references. Combat that is like okay, but not incredible. It was good. It was interesting, and I think it could have been really, really good. It felt like something that had the potential to be like wildly successful, but it wasn't quite my cup of tea. Also, I just didn't understand half the references they were making. They tried to rush me through that game fast. You were leveling up quick in Elsword. I was playing the guy with the evil hand or whatever. I also played the guy with the gun at one point. Ryan! Thanks for being a Ruze. Raven and Chung? Yeah, I think that's who I played, yeah. I'm going to stop going straight for a second because I would like to travel near water. I think water is our best chance. And I'm going to travel through this savanna because I think savannas often are near swamps. Now, this is not a guaranteed thing. I don't know if there's any rule for that, but we'll see. This is my last shot. I will find this, hopefully. Please. Please. A whole day of just walking. How many hours have I been doing? Oh my god, I've been searching for this for 4 hours. That's nuts. Good thing I brought all that chicken with me. I was thinking I was going overkill, just waiting around for that to cook. Like, oh man, I'm really pushing it here. I shouldn't be doing this. But now, man, glad I did that. Let's go check this gate to see if I've already gotten it. If I have, then I know I've been here. If I haven't, I know I'm on the right track pursuing this savanna. I haven't, because I would have remembered that pressure plate, baby. Aqua affinity. Does that make you breathe underwater? I think it does. Ah, hold your breath longer, I see. So it's not water breathing, but still. Cool. Damn, what happened to you? An armadillo. Well, Hawk will be glad to know there's armadillos nearby. Ish. Savannah pig! It is like a little warthog almost. Oh, he's got like little tusks and a little stripe down his back. Love that. Where's my swap? Uh-oh, we're getting the rubber band lag. Swamp, please. Swamp, please. Savannah Town. Please, Mr. Minecraft, may I have one swamp, please? Hey, everybody here is not dead. That's a good sign. Hey, man. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Damn. Whoa! Aw, little tabby. Aw, chicken. Aw, cartographer. Aw, free bed for me. I don't think so, Mr. Cartographer. I don't think so. Oh, I gotta get my next waiting room up for the tier 2 today. Uh-oh. All right, listen, I'll tell you what, this is the last day. I'm gonna let this day pass. If it turns to night and I don't find the swamp, I'm gonna, fucking stream's over. I'm done. I'm done. If it turns to night and I do not find a swamp by the end of this day, it's over. I've had enough, Minecraft. Stop teasing me. Giant vines. Oh no, the trees are too tall. That's a jungle. There's a jungle over this hill. Ways, Minecraft, ways. All I've done is run around. Today I was supposed to establish a new home. I guess the lesson I've learned today is that maybe home isn't about where you're at. Maybe home truly is where the hate is. Thanks, Minecraft music. You're paid actor. Paid actor. The lesson here is that every video game has a desire sensor, and I have -1 luck, and I was a fool to tell the game what I wanted because I've seen basically everything besides. I've seen a badland. I've seen mountains, beautiful mountains. I've seen canyon. I've seen deserts. I've seen jungles. I've seen sparse jungles. I've seen fucking grasslands. I've seen pine. I've seen redwood. But I told it I wanted swamp, and the game said, bet. Zombie village. Seems like a pretty rare spawn. Crashed boat. So many nether portals. Whoa, is that a mangrove? Wait, mangroves kind of swamps, right? And I love mangroves. They're cool as fuck. And they're covered in mud, which means I can make mud brick. Wait a minute. We might be on a jackpot here. Let's see if we can find some frogs. Did I bring my... I forgot my obsidian. It's okay. I'm not even mad about it. I just...